Hi there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to session number 71 of the Isles of Iverion, or Book 5, Chapter 13. Very excited to get into today's session. Probably going to go to the college today. Who knows? Anything can happen with this group. So we'll go ahead and roll the intro and get into the session.
Yeah. Mainly if she's ready to go or not.
Indeed,
I'm
it is.
ready to go. I just thought we talked about this.
We're back. So, as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I, myself, the DM, I do not do the summary on any given week-to-week basis. No. Instead, I have the players do that. So this week on summary is Gemma. So Gemma, whenever you're ready, feel free to take it away.
So yes, last session, the party get to the observatory and have a little guided tour by Lila, who frequented the place. And also listen to her tell a little pre-ascension story of one of the Corellians, which is a story of two lovers, Scylla and Angelus, and talking about their separation and then reunion as well. As a party, they talk about the stars more generally and the impact they have on people, as well as the possibility of maybe talking to stars. While we're there, Twig also faces off with one of the Kingdoms and Castles masters Alistair had told her about in preparation for the imminent tournament. On their way back to the Tatiana Tower, Nalfian takes interest in flyers that are advertising a night tournament that's meant to happen next weekend. It's meant to be a way for knights to prove their mettle in a test of jousting, hand-to-hand combat, and archery. And also serves as a place to prove their noble lineage and connection to their respective ladies, which will also likely require Twig having to present herself in front of said other ladies. And so as the party's discussing the fact that Nalfian would need to have a squire for such an event, two individuals approach the party. One is a black tabaxi, and one is a very familiar little raccoon. The one and only Danny. He's back, baby! So Danny explains that he split from his little raccoon gang, wanting a better life, and wanting a new life, something which led him to meeting Trouble, or Tiberius, who saved him from drowning as he was trying to get on a ship, but I guess failed. So they're here now, and so seeing them as the obvious candidate to become Nalfian's squires, they do, and Nalfian is clearly overjoyed.
Woo!
Continue on. Yeah, joy. As we get back to the tower, Twig goes to apologize to Yorick for the tense conversation that they had the previous night about fate. She admits to have made a few assumptions, but maintains the importance of her belief in fate, and shares the thoughts she has about it and its impact on her family as well. Yorick respectfully listens and expresses her own thoughts in response to Twig, and also talks a little bit about the importances of Twig being able to stand for herself in her thoughts and her beliefs as a lady of a house. That same night, Nalfian approaches Lila to talk more about the story she told, and Nalfian's desire to earn a place in the sky too, and if that's really possible for him. And both of them just have a cute little session of just expressing their support for one another and their achievements and who they are as people. Lila also confiding in him that she's unsure about killing Cassius, that maybe there was before when he was still a professor, or even still now, a chance for him to be saved. That next morning, Nalfian begins his jousting training, thanks to Alfred setting up a little arena. And Alfred also polymorphs kind of Danny into being a little bit more anthropomorphic and kind of halfling size, and thus more capable of undertaking his new squire duties. During the training, individuals claiming to be the Hidden Flame come requesting Eurydice's help for Lilia Timon, to which she naturally obliges as the Dawnbreaker. And Lila also goes off to the temple to commune with Corellian and to seek counsel about Cassius. He explains that the light given to each person from the Creator cannot be snuffed out, and so her proposal to save him is indeed possible. He also explains that she is destined to be a planeswalker, someone that can guide those who are lost, and that he suggests her first step in that new destiny is to go to the college and to undo that influence that Saralina had there and guide those that were lost. Ba-ba-ba. Yeah.
Exactly. So, with that, picking up right from there, Lila, as you finish your communion with Corellian, it took a lot out of you. You're not necessarily tired, but it's something that in the effort of standing and walking out, you can feel the drain, the spiritual drain that had on you. After exiting the temple, you do feel at the same amount of energy that you had upon entering, but it was taxing on you in that moment. As you exit, we'll go ahead and pan off to somebody else. Now, on this day, so this is Sunday, after Lila did that, it's about 10 a.m. after all the training and everything. So 10 a.m. on Sunday, this is the day before the tourney, so it's still early in the morning. It'd be rather easy.
The card tournament, right?
Yeah, it'd be rather easy to get to the card tournament. Well, the card tournament is tomorrow.
Yeah.
So 10 a.m. Sunday, so you guys have the rest of today if you'd like to do things, or you can just go straight to the card tourney tomorrow.
Nah, if we got all day, I'm happy to go to the college today. I just misunderstood last week.
Let's go to the college, baby.
Higher learning.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I also will state now that I do want to take on those other Keepers of Castles champ before the tournament. I don't know what time the tournament starts tomorrow, but just to make my case known.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You would need to do that before you leave for the college.
Let's go do that.
Speed run! Let's go! Woo!
Woo!
Okay. Let me go ahead and... Why can't I find this? What is going on
Gotta
right
go
now?
collect those badges, baby.
Oh, man. My 3 different badges. That's enough.
Exactly. Okie dokie. Let's see. What in the world? Okay. Do. Why am I... There we go. Okay. Whew. That took a second. Okay, so you're looking for... Okay. Cool. So, I would say that for these two individuals, Elric and Mathery, Elric would be a little bit easier to find, but all you know is Mathery is a baker, and
Every bakery in Hearthcrest, how long could it take?
well, you know, it's a busy city. So real quick, Twig, as you're going through this, trying to find this individual, go ahead and make an investigation check before you decide to venture out to the city to try and find Elric.
Oh. I don't know what my investigation is. Oh, it's good though. It's a 14.
14. Okay. So it probably takes you about, I'm gonna say 2 hours. You're going through the city streets with is it just Twig or is everybody with her?
Nelvian's gonna go.
I mean, I think we could all, if we all were going to go to the college, we could go with them. We could all do this and then go to the college, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
Why not?
I feel like if you want to get to the college first, you could probably spin off and we can meet you there. Just because I feel like I don't know how long this is gonna take.
Yeah, we can do that too. Me and Yorick.
And
to the
Blossom.
college.
Hell yeah.
Blossom heads with the two
Oh.
of you.
And
Well,
Blossom.
Well, I feel bad because I know Nalth asked.
Oh, it's not good. Be with your daughter. Be a good dad.
I'll catch up.
All right.
Catch up to Lila.
Yeah. Okay. So, Twig, eventually after 2 hours, you are able to find Mathery. You go into the bakery, challenge him to the duel. The screen does a fuzzy cut as you go into the duel screen, and you win. Of course you do.
Damn.
And Mathery, in his loss and in your victory, he gives you a small ability. It's just one card. It's the best one that he had in his deck. That on any given roll that you do in any one of the 3 rounds, you can add +2 to that roll. Yeah, the card is pretty much like a supply drop card. That is pretty rare. It's not very flashy, but in a pinch, it can help. Okay, all right. You fight Mathery, and you move on to go and find Elric. Now, Elric is a little bit easier to find just because he is a ranger that lives out in the wilderness around Hearthcrest. So just asking around a few of the gate guards, eventually you're able to find Elric. You challenge Elric and you win. Of course you do. Why would you not at this point? And Elric, he gives you a monster card. Specifically that of, let me double check here. He's using a Jormungandry deck. And this card doesn't do anything to enhance your play specifically, anything you can add to rolls or subtract from other people's rolls. Just a legendary card that you can add to your deck, which is the card Leos, which Leos is considered the lion of Pelor. And pretty much what most people believe to be the sun. So you now have Leos added to your deck, which is this beautiful card depicting like a lion with like, instead of a mane, has this like radiant sunlight around him. In that very like lion-esque pose, you know what I mean? You know, where it's like on the hind legs and the paws are out, you know what I'm talking about. So you add that legendary card to your deck, and luckily Leos is a very versatile card, so it does work in your deck as well, not just in his. All right, 2 people beat, all 3 people defeated.
I'm prepped and I'm ready. Let's go.
All right, okay, cool. You eventually meet up at the in the Mages District within the city of Hearthcrest, and sadly, Lila and Yorick and Blossom, the 3 of you have just been waiting in line.
Oh man.
Because
I imagine that Nalfi and Twig can just cut all these people and meet up with them.
oh yeah, for sure.
Hell yeah.
Cutsies.
So you guys are right at the
House
front of the
group.
line, because what happens is they teleport one person at a time, just for safety
Wait,
purposes.
weren't we gonna use the private I mean, for maybe culture we can use this, but I thought there was a private one in Lila's house.
Oh, there is a
Or-
private one in Lila's house, so you can do that if you want.
We can
It's
use
okay.
this one though. It's funny.
Okay. All right. Lila, you think, oh, could you use the private teleporter? But at least
but
this
there was
way
some
we all
funnel
go
cake here that
together.
York really wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. All right. So you go into the teleporter, one by one, bop, 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 bop. Magic happens. Boom. And with that, transported to the College of Hearthcrest. So, Lila, upon your exit in from the teleporter, you immediately see a view that you're very familiar with. You spent a vast majority of your life wandering throughout these mountainside halls. You can see in the distance the sprawling forest of the southern mountains of the kingdom of Iverion, specifically within the Riverlands. You can see the rivers crossing over and cutting through the land, and in the very distance, you can see the capital city of the Riverlands, Hearthcrest. You can just barely see it. And all of you now realize how far away this college is from the city itself, which is odd that it's called the College of Hearthcrest, but it is what it is. You can see there are several brightly colored animals that exist within the college. Not just peacocks, mind you, but these are peacocks that almost have like a bioluminescence to them. And whenever any of these creatures, these peacocks, whenever they take flight, they actually leave behind these trails of like glittering magic energy that just kind of fall to the ground and then dissipate. So you can see that as you exit, there are these streaks all across the sky, with the white clouds. It's partly cloudy day. You can see them very clearly. These streaks end up creating these very intricate, very complex patterns. And you can see the birds, they just fly up and they do a swoop or two, and then they fly back down, and they're just creating this beautiful pattern of intricate lace and lines in the sky above the college. And you can see several other magical creatures like that running around and causing a ruckus in some places, but for the most part, living very symbiotically with the denizens and students of the college. So, Lila, as you exit, you know this place like the back of your hand. That is for sure. So, with that, it is up to you where you would like to go first.
Yeah. So she'll turn everyone. Okay. So there's a few different things that we can get done here. I know you guys have those artifacts. Do we want to get that settled first, or do we want to just kind of, how do we want to go about the day? I definitely want to stop in the library. I want to find Belle and my dad. And then we want to do the artifact thing. So what are we thinking we want to do first?
We got to catch up with the laundry too.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Why don't we turn in these artifacts just to get them out of the way? First things first.
I think that's a great idea. And that is this way. Watch out for the bird. Do the birds have names?
Sorry.
Like, what kind of, or are they peacocks? Like, that's what we call them. Magic peacock.
No, they're called Bright Walkers. Sorry.
Oh, they're so cute. Bright walkers. But yeah, she'll take them wherever the artifacts kind of get turned in. Would that also be the library? Like a different
It is,
section?
yeah. There's a vault within the library.
A vault. How cool.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sorry. Oh my god. I hate that I don't know how to type. Okay. So with that, Lila, you do begin to make the long walk to the library and eventually to the vault. So the thing is about the college, and this is something that Lila, you're very familiar with, and I think that is it, because nobody else, Eurydice would have been here quite a bit, but nobody else has been there. So Lila, this is something that you are very, very familiar with, is that the library within the college is divided up into 6 different sections. Each part of the library, in order to get to the different section, you have to end up crossing a bridge that is suspended by magic over what look to be like large ravines or places where river is cutting through the rock of the mountain.
So cool.
And you know that the center section, right? So there's a middle section, and then there are 5 sort of smaller buildings that spread out from there. The middle section is where you go to get to the vault, which is also where the forbidden section of the library is located. So you make your way there. into the library. So, play. As you enter into the library, you can see there is this air of calm. You can see there are many students sitting at tables talking about and debating different magical theories, or trying to craft new spells, or trying to make sure that they have their project done in enough time to turn in an hour or two. You can also see several people that are maybe not students, maybe just citizens of the world, sitting around at these different tables reading books from this massive library that exists here. The library within the College of Hearthcrest, I believe, is the third largest in the world. The first largest being within Calderaz, or the second largest being within Calderaz, and the first largest not being on this plane of existence. So, you make your way there, and as you make your way to the center of the library, this sort of middle section, you can see that there are several guards that stop you as you approach the area to enter the sort of, I don't know, the decontamination chamber is the best way to think about it. But there are a set of stairs that go down, leading towards the area where you would go to speak with the people in charge of the vault, and it seems as though it's very heavily guarded. As you approach, there are two guards that are wearing heavy armor that is enchanted with magical runes, and then on top of that, there are 5 or 6 mages that are just sort of wandering around that, Lila, you would recognize as individuals that are individuals that are meant to patrol the area to make sure nobody gets into the vault. As you approach, you can see the guards do recognize you, Lila. And one of the guards sort of pulls up the shield of his helm, that sort of face covering of his helm. And you actually do recognize this guard, as you've frequented the library a lot, as Gregor. And he says, my lady Tatiana, it's been a while since we've seen you in the library. Is there anything we can help you with?
Hello, yes, I've actually been away from Hearthcrest for a little bit of time, but the good news with that is that I've made these friends, and we've collected some artifacts that we would like to bring here to the library. So that's kind of why we're here. At least not the only thing, but one of the things.
Well, of course. Do you have, and please do not take this as an insult, my lady, but do you have some type of paperwork or proof of your deposits?
She's gonna look to everyone else.
Don't we have a letter from
Lord Bartold? Yeah. Well,
yeah,
the late Lord Bartold.
yeah. Nalfian would show him that.
And he reads it. Would you mind if we reach out to Lord Bartold to make sure that everything is still in good standing here?
Yes, I will say, however, the position has changed hands recently.
Oh, very well. I'll hand this off to one of the mages, and if you just give us a brief moment or two, I'm sure it'll all be sorted out.
Absolutely.
And he smiles at you, and Nalfian, this is new. A guard that's being polite to you, that's strange. And
if Nalfian had a hat, he'd tip it.
He shouts out and he says, excuse me, please, and he hands the letter off to one of the mages, who goes off for a small bit of time, and you can see that Gregor, he just striking up conversation with all of you. He says, so, you say you're dropping off artifacts, so, Lady Tatiana, you must have been on quite a journey in your time off. Is this part of your, if I remember correctly, your...
The dissertation?
Dissertation, that's the word.
Kind of. So, an unexpected addition.
Mm-hmm.
This dissertation definitely has expanded into a much bigger project. I don't want to give too much away because I want you to read it as soon as it's done. But yeah, actually, my companions, I didn't expect to gain friends as well as knowledge on my trip. So, and I may have to leave again for some time, because we're not quite done. But I've been learning a lot about these uncharted stars, and we're actually going to go. I think the next place we're going to go is up north to one, right below the Salamander Coast. So they are kind of like on the border. So we'll be checking out there next. But I learned a lot about the one down south.
Well, that is wonderful. If I'm being entirely honest, I myself will most likely not be reading the dissertation, and that's no offense to you, but most of you academic types are a little over my head. But I'm sure my husband will very much enjoy reading your work. He always has, your entire family.
I'm sure he'll give you the Spark Notes version of it. Whatever Spark Notes are. Sure, that'll be invented one day.
I think I've heard about that. It's what they use to permanently light the braziers here in the college. And they magical runes on a piece of parchment, sparks. Very advanced. Yeah.
Yeah, it is very advanced.
Don't know how that's
I feel
related
like just reading
to
the thing, you're gonna get more of the benefit of the writing,
look,
though.
It's Heward. Heward, what did you find out? The mage returns and says, yes, I was able to get everything sorted out. Sadly, it is true. The late Lord Bartold has passed on, but his son Brandon has affirmed that this letter is still in good standing, and whatever artifacts are deposited, they are meant to be paid out for a sum of 1,500 gold per artifact. Very busy you've been. Well, please, for the group of you, enjoy your time in the vault, and please, even if you see something that is trying to call your name and beckon you to it, do not go towards it. It's evil.
Is that normal around here?
No, it's a joke we have for people going into the vault.
So do approach something if I hear it calling my name.
Oh, no. We've suppressed all of the magical artifacts that do have sentience or can reach out, so you shouldn't run into any issues. But if you do, please do not go near it. Better judgment and all.
Thanks, Gregor. Appreciate it.
Of course, Lila. Well, the rest of you, I will see you on your way out. It's
down into the cave of wonders.
It's all of you go down the spiral staircase headed down. You can hear Heward say, you really got to stop making that joke. I think it's funny. And eventually it tunes out. As you head down about 10 flights of stairs, this circular, I guess they're not flights if it's like, whatever, it's flights, okay? It's like a perfectly circular staircase. Then eventually you go down about 9 flights of stairs, and it opens up into a large dome-shaped room with what looks to be fairly blank. There are several tables and several smaller bookshelves that are here. Several small bookshelves that are here that are very, very well organized. And those of you that were in Raven Rock, which I guess is just not Lila, it's just Twig and Nalfian at this point. But the libraries in Raven Rock need to take some notes from these people, because this looks like it's so much easier to locate things. And so you, which I guess is kind of Brandon's fault, because he was the guy in charge of it. Oh, that's really funny.
To be fair, if it was just
like that.
him.
It was just one guy, yeah.
One guy, that's a lot.
And it was archives in a temple. This is like a whole ass library. Okay.
Churches don't do good with any factual stuff, so all tea and all shade. Anyway.
Woo! All right, so goddamn. So you head down and you can see several small bookshelves, several small desks, and on the opposite end of the room there is a large, what looks to be the silvered metal door that has hundreds of arcane runes etched into it, and you can see it's not like a bank vault, right? There's no handles, there's no hinges. It is just a piece of metal in the wall. and you can see the runes. As soon as you enter, the runes do sort of flare blue and white. And the door doesn't open. Somebody just emerges from the metal. As they walk out, you can see that they walk out with like what looks to be an empty crate. And they move back and they set it away with the rest of the storage. As all of you make your way down here, there is a water genasi woman who approaches you and says, hello, I am... wow, Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. Woo! No, sorry, my brain literally my brain died. My brain... I was...
Can you name her Dory?
Dude, breathe.
I was literally looking at her name. her name is Isabella. And I was looking at Isabella and I was like, how the fuck do you say that? It's not spelled weird. It's just Isabella. Hello, my name is Isabella. I am, at least as of right now, in the current moment, charge of the items that are entering into the vault. I was told that, according to the Lord of Sandpoint, you have artifacts that you would like to have put into the vault.
Indeed we do. I'm not holding on to them, but who's got them?
So what do we have exactly, team?
We got much. We got the stone gauntlet that Grok was using. We have never mind, not the amulet. That's what. Yeah. We have the mage robes that Izzy had. We have the cane that Bishop Vizera was using, and we also have the bone dagger that Grok also used at some point to carve shit into himself.
That's right.
Ouchies.
Alright.
That one needs cleaned.
I would hope we've cleaned it by now.
God, I hope so.
Dried blood caked onto it still.
So yeah.
That's Bianca's sword until she washed it.
So we've done 8 in total, but we've nicked some. And the brood mothers also, so
Yeah, that's cool.
we have 4 that we're turning in.
Cool.
Alrighty. With that, 4 artifacts. Do you mind if I double check to make sure that the magic is still prevalent in all of these items?
Go right ahead.
Is there anything I should know before I identify them or channel any magic into them?
That's a good question. What do we remember about these things, Joe?
None of them have any issues like that. The closest thing would be
I
the
think
gauntlet,
so.
but that's only if you put it on.
Okay. It should be fine. I just wouldn't wear this one. Hand her the gauntlet.
Of course.
Took our friend's arm,
Oh. Well, the arm's not in it anymore, so that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Okay. And she'll identify all 4 of the items, and you can see these bright yellow flashes from her eyes. And as I said, Water Genasi, she has these like light lines of veins that are very easy to see. They're like light blue with her dark blue skin. They pop amongst her skin, and you can see all those veins glow bright yellow as she channels that magic. Identifies all 4 items and sort of looks to all of you and nods. And very well, all of these seem to be ancient artifacts from the Dawi, if my historical penning is correct here. These are at least dwarvish in descent, and all of them do have traces of magic from an evil origin. So that only makes sense to me. At least they're tainted in some way that I can tell. We'll make sure to intern these into the vault. None of these items at any point spoke to any of you, correct?
Yeah, as far as I know, that's correct.
Wonderful. That's what I like to hear. Sentient magical items, well, literally they have a mind of their own, so it becomes a little harder to keep them locked away. Same as how people attempt to break out of prisons or out of jail cells. Magical items that have sentience try to do the same, so it's always nice to have something that won't try and do that. Oh, very good. And you can see her, she makes little markings with her hand that appear these translucent runes appearing on each item, each one of them marked in different colors with different symbols. And you can see she whistles for a couple people to come by, and they grab the artifacts very delicately and they begin to take them towards the vault. And she says, so if everything is correct here for artifacts, that means that is 6,000 gold. So let's see, that's a bit larger than anything we have here. So here's what I can do. I can give you a promissory note certified by the Vault Master, which is me. And she stamps her hand on it and makes a signature with this magical ink that proves its legitimacy. And she'll, you see her write 6,000 gold pieces, and she will put it in an envelope and wax seal it as well, and then channel magic into the wax seal, and she'll hand it to, Nalfine, you were the person talking, so she'll hand it to you and say, all you need to do is to go to any one of the areas where we do any type of selling, or any of the merchants dedicated to the college are. There is a small bank that we do keep here just for students who can't necessarily go home to get their items. So, and that bank is fairly easy to find. If you've never been here before, it and she gives you directions, which Lila, you do know. So you can head to that bank, and they should be able to get that. That wax seal also cannot be broken now unless someone channels dispel magic into it. So it is notarized, it is authorized, and of course, I'm sorry once again for not having the funds here. It's just we deal with magical artifacts, not with money. So.
Absolutely, thank you. We appreciate it.
Of course.
And
Well.
I'll put it away.
Okay, so you tuck it away, and she says, well, if there's not anything else, and you can see somebody at this point runs out of the vault towards Isabella and says, Vaultmaster Isabella, there's a situation with the blade. And you can see Isabella sort of looks to him and nods calmly and turns back to all of you and says, well, is there anything else all of you will be needing?
I believe that was all. Thank you so much for your time.
Wonderful. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you. She'll nod and turn, and she walks back towards the vault door with a lot more purpose and a little bit quicker than what she came out for the table to greet all of you.
Spicy.
Mm-hmm. So she heads in there, and you can see that as all of you get back to the stairs, you can see there are more guards that are coming down, more of the heavy armored guards that end up coming down. Gregor is not one of them. And you can see that as soon as about 10 or so of those guards get down, that's about it. And you can see as you're getting ready to walk up the stairs, the runes on that slab of metal turn red as all of you continue walking up the stairs. Eventually, you walk back up the 9 flights, and you can see that Gregor is still here, as well as one other armored guard, but the number of mages in the area has increased by about 10. So where there were 3 or 4, there's now about 15 mages that are wandering very close to this area. Okay. And so Gregor looks to all of you with a smile on his face and says, well, I hope everything went well for you down there. Turned in everything you needed to?
Yeah, and got a good sum of money that we can go get. So
wonderful.
Well.
That's great to hear. Well, thank you all very much for turning in these artifacts. Too much dangerous magic out there in the world. It can cause issues. Better to be here where it can be maintained and kept safe, so people can't get their hands on it who don't deserve it.
Absolutely. And this is a Sunday, so there's no classes, right?
Correct.
Oh, I don't think you got picked up, Joe.
Oh, I said correct. Sorry.
Okay. I would say Lila wants then after that event just happened to go to Elonray next because he might know about this blade, and so we can ask him any questions.
Oh yeah.
Elonray!
And just in general. Unless we want to do something, someone want to do something else next. But
No, that sounds good.
as they're all walking away, Lila will say, I'm not worried because this place is incredibly safe, but just knowing about what Saralina said, I'm wanting to know more about what's here now.
I think the more information we have, the better armed we are. Especially since, you're learning more that there's a lot more going on here than I think you initially realized. Better safe than sorry.
Right. Well, we can go this way to find Elon Ray. We'll just have to ring into his office, so.
Let's go.
Onward!
Onward. Okay. So, you begin heading towards Alonre's office. As you do have to cross into the area where much of the actual class happens. So while official classes are not in session right now, most of the professors' halls and offices, not offices, but their classrooms, are still open for people to come and practice their skills and still be observed by people who are certified to do so. So most of the professors are not teaching anything these days, but for students who are of a higher ranking or in a higher grade level, they can be paid a little bit extra or have an amount deducted from the tuition they have to pay if they decide to sit in the classrooms on the weekends and assist other students in trying to sharpen their skills.
Tutoring.
Yeah. Magical tutoring. So you can see several young students, several older students in every classroom that you pass until eventually you make your way past this area and into the halls of the professors. Now, because of the high fantasy, high magic that this is, all it is just like a hallway that is very well illuminated, and you can see that there's like this skylight over the top that allows the sun to shine in, and you can see the mountaintops in the distance and even the streaks of those bright walkers still up in the sky. But there are these like frames, right? Like these frames that you would see where doors should be, but instead it's just stone walls. And then there are portraits of each one of those professors. And then there is a small rock next to that door that has a very, very dull, translucent blue glow to it. Some of them are completely darkened with magic, meaning that, Lila, you would know, meaning that they're not accepting any calls or any visitors right now. But there are others that are still illuminated.
That's what I need for my door at school.
You don't step.
So
cool.
Making your way down the hall, Lila, you recognize almost all of these professors. Some of them you haven't had the pleasure of taking, but Belle had taken some of the ones you hadn't, trying to avoid the really, really, really bad professors. And so you recognize the vast majority of the people down these halls. And
is Cassius's or Finch's still there?
That's what I was just about to say. Yes, it is.
So sorry.
His portrait is still there. However, the stone is dull. There is no magic emanating from it, which means his office hours are closed right now.
Schedule an appointment.
Hey,
Yeah,
but
we'll
we're
need to
totally gonna have to take a little sticky beak in there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, there's no way in.
We'll
I
do
know,
it.
but we're going to talk with
Yeah.
Alondra. He might be able to get us away around, right?
That's what I was thinking.
All right.
Honestly, we're doing this like fucking the proper way. Like, remember the Forsaken? I think all of bets are off the same way at that point.
You make your way throughout the halls until eventually you do find the office dedicated to Professor Rielton Ilonre. And you can see that his stone is glowing a very deep, translucent blue. Meaning that he is accepting calls right now.
Lila will take out her wand and then do, I don't know, like 2 taps, kind of like you're knocking. Hello? You miss me. Taps it again 2 more times.
And you can see the area where there's just that stone slab with his portrait begins to burn away as this crystalline blue portal appears, welcoming you in.
That is so fucking cool. Yeah, Lila would be like, all right, let's go. And she'll walk through it first.
Okay.
Delphian's mind in this place is just... He didn't see shit like this before, okay? It's fine.
Don't worry, guys. It's just a pocket dimension. He teaches illusion, but it's a real pocket dimension. It's not a fake one.
Yeah. Delphian is nervous.
York will go in after Lila.
Nice. I mean, York's already been there, so he's like, I know what's up.
Yeah!
Alrighty. So, you enter in, and... Uh-oh. Where's that thing at? Nope. Alright. So, you enter into Elanre's office, and you can see the... here we go. You're immediately greeted by the warmth of a fireplace, and you can see that out the windows there are these streaks of purple and blue and gold, these endless waves of purple and blue, these burning bodies of light far away in the distance. As you see out into what you can assume is some other plane of existence as you enter in to Elanre's personal chamber. So, as you enter in, you can see sitting at his desk, scrawling away on a piece of paper, probably grading something, Professor Elanre. And as you enter, he immediately gets up, and with a large smile on his face towards Lila, he says, Lila, it is so good to... Yorick?
Hey!
You found her. That's great. You found her. That's amazing. I'm very happy for you.
Well, she'll run up and give him a hug.
Yes, and he'll return the hug and say, "Well, then, these must be the other individual." Wait a minute. You two. From
Hello?
Highland Pass, right?
That's correct.
Yep.
Pleasure. Nelfian of House Forrester, and Nelfian will offer his hand.
Wonderful. It's a great honor to meet you, Nalfian of House Forrester. Sir Nalfian, I believe, is the correct title.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to that, but you're right.
Well, it's my great honor to be in the presence of such a valiant knight, and this must be your lady.
Yes, Twig Forrester.
Twig Forrester, it is my great honor to be within your presence right now, my lady. And he'll give you a very a soft, humble bow. Not like a deep, like, my lady, but like a very light bow.
Well, now I'm offended, you know?
Being very respectful. And he looks to Blossom, and he kind of narrows his eyes a bit, and... she sort of nods, and he goes, I never thought I'd see you again, honestly. Well, you know, us,
Glad everyone knows everyone here. Nelfian's like the fucking John Travolta meme right now.
Yeah, Lila's like, you know what?
It's so wild, you know?
Elanre's done some work
Blossom?
with the shields before, that's all. And I'd be happy to do so again. Please let May know if she ever needs anything. I'd be happy to help. I'll let her know. No problem. Thank you for last time, by the way. I don't think we would have made it out without your guidance in that scenario. Happy to help. You know, I actually wrote my dissertation about... And remember, missions are secrecy. We don't got to talk about it. All right. Get excited is all. So,
He wrote his dissertation about it. Isn't it out there?
Blossom is like, I mean, yeah, but I just,
It's fine. I'm
Yeah.
writing my dissertation about what's happening right now, which is also secret. hush hush. So,
which is also more important that we discuss because, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is Joe speaking, Felicity. You told Elanre about Cassius, right?
she said something. I don't know if she said don't trust Cassius or if Cassius is one of the 13, but she said if he's like around you, don't trust him. So we can either say that she said yes, it was a 13, or just to not trust him right now.
Okay.
Regardless, we would fill him in and let him know of that anyway, I feel, unless anyone else does.
No, if Violet,
Okay.
trusts this guy, he seems to know what he's talking about. Lost him to
No.
New York, everybody backs him up.
Elanre's
Dark
cool.
friend.
Alright.
Okay, cool.
Oh, yeah.
We'll just say that she already said he was one of the
Okay.
13 and said, like, yeah, don't, whatever, keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Just
So-
in case.
As eventually it calms down, he will say, and I would just like to let you know that I haven't heard from Cassius or anything related to Finch in what would be, I believe, almost a month. Maybe a little bit less, a little bit more.
Yeah, we know where he's at now. He's stuck in a different plane of existence.
Oh,
Yeah. Which isn't necessarily the worst thing, but he's stuck with one of our allies. And he's stuck with another member of the 13.
oh, okay, all right. Now, I was able to do a little bit of reading on the 13 Forsaken in the time that I've had, so I've done a little bit of research, and I don't know if any of this will be useful to you. In all honesty, it was hard to find almost anything. Even in the thing is it wasn't even in the restricted section of the library. I had to dig through old tomes that hadn't been yet sorted through from when the college moved from the city of Hearthcrest to here. Things that people are still going through and trying to get sorted. And well, I don't know how helpful it will be, but one of the things that I discovered is where all of the seals of the Forsaken are. But considering you say that Cassius, Finch is one, and then on top of that he's with another, I can only assume that must mean that most of them are gone.
I believe Isles knows that all of them are released, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
I'm pretty sure we do.
Yeah. Yeah. They're all out there. So unless the seals are any help to reseal them, I don't know. I don't know if it's helpful knowledge at this point, unfortunately.
That's fair. You know that all of them are free. Do you know who all of them are?
I think we know most, or know of all of them, but don't really know who they are. I don't remember.
I think we only know properly about 4 of them. 5,
Yeah,
so-
All right.
we know.
I don't think we know that many, in all honesty. I don't think we really know much of what's happening with the Atherapetes mainly.
Okay.
Okay.
Or, honestly, anything, really.
So, no, we do
All right.
not.
Yeah.
I was
Correct.
able to find a very, very helpful tome that seemed to have been written by one of the first light bearers of the Children of the Flame. Now, take it with a grain of salt. I have found that members of the Children of the Flame can be a little bit more zealot-like. But at least from any accounts I could read of this light bearer in particular, given the fact of the strong connection they had to divinity, I think that we're all right with trusting what they had to say. So, for one, there was Malice Bainir, a name that, personally, I did not expect to see on this list. Well, I didn't expect to see it, but it doesn't surprise me. Nalfian, I'm not sure how much you're familiar with the Underdark.
Nelfian tries not to laugh disrespectfully. Yeah, Very familiar. Malice Bainier is my mother.
Okay. Well, the fact that you're alive and you're...
Let's unpack that, okay?
Yeah, you know.
No, I'm myself
Unfortunate
not...
truth, friend.
It's all right. I myself am not from the Underdark, but my father was. My father was able to escape from it. Not from the Bainier family, mind you. I don't believe we're related. But my father did escape and raised me here. But I still dedicated a lot of my life to learning about it. And I read much about Malice. And I know...
Sorry to hear that, friend.
My point is, I know that if you were... If she didn't want you here, if she didn't want any of that, I'm sure that, well, you wouldn't be here.
I am
Yeah.
very aware. Unfortunately, as much as I hate to admit it, the truth of the matter is Malice is one of the most intelligent people ever. She's clearly got a plan. And I'm starting to think, just from what we've learned in the past week or so, what she wants and whatever the Dark One wants, I don't really think they're one and the same. So...
The matrons of the Underdark are like that. I'm sure it's something.
Yeah. But you're right. I'm here because she's allowing me to be here. Why? No idea.
Well, it's definitely not because she likes you, and please take that as a compliment.
I do.
Oh, good. Well, on top of Malice, there is Lorokon Kalukathu, one of the clansmen of the Goliaths. A long-forgotten clan that was destroyed back towards the forging of the nation of Bella Clara. Then, on top of that, there is Nakure, a vicious Triton barbarian. Then there is Clementine, a halfling fighter who apparently has devolved into several forms of madness. On top of that, there is Father Parido. At one point in time was a cleric of the light, but has fallen into the darkness. Then there is It, a being apparently outside of our... being apparently outside of our understanding, has this uncanny ability to shapeshift and change. For all you know, it could be me, and you wouldn't have any idea, which is terrifying, I know, but I promise it's me. It's probably what it would say.
Check.
Yeah.
Reassuring.
Yes. On top of that, there is Mezin Kelnos, a clockwork sorcerer. Apparently, was gifted knowledge from the clockwork realm and then went around to use it to corrupt the different clockwork beings of the planes. The same creatures that are meant to keep order within the timeline. Mezin apparently knows how to manipulate and how to break away from the hive mind, which is great. Then there is Merca, a blood hunter that is specialized in mutanogens and altering individuals to better their agenda. This could be something as easy as poisoning them and causing them to go into a bestial frenzy, or something entirely different, making their insides rot from inside out. Just wonderful.
Oh my god.
Then there's Wicker Apiary, a hive master ranger, has the ability to control these massive necrotic wasps, bees, these horrific insects. Then, of course, all of you know Cassius Finch, a master wizard, the master of not just divination, but also evocation magic. Then, the three final ones are Onvoth Moonfall, a master of illusion and manipulation. He's been able to convince entire squadrons or platoons of soldiers that they were falling into a pit. They never moved. They were standing still, but the psychic damage alone was enough to cave their brains in. Then there is Morchella. Morchella is a spores druid. She has this ability to corrupt the land that she walks on, causing spores and mushrooms to form, come to life, and devour the very land that long ago apparently she swore to protect. And then finally there is Ahriman, the plague of Calderaz, a monk, but an individual who has been touched by undeath. I have the ability to summon swarms of locusts, to turn entire rivers or bodies of water into blood. It is, from the stories that I was able to find, from the information we have from Calderaz, it seems as though any plague that has befallen on Calderaz was started by him. So, there are your 13 Forsaken.
Lovely bunch of friends.
Yes, exactly.
Well, no, that is extremely helpful. I feel as though we had whispers, rumors here and there, but having names and knowing what they are capable of definitely will keep us on our toes and know what we're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Of course. And that was my hope. I will say, I think some of the ones I'm most worried about, I believe Ahriman has already been freed. Well, I know all of them have been freed, but...
Well, my question for you is, we know we're not alone in this fight. Are they all still alive?
As far as I know, perhaps. It's incredibly hard to tell without seeing proof of a death. There are ways that I could peer into the weave and try and see, but there's a chance that something else might be looking back, if you catch my meaning.
I've messed around with looking into weaves and pulling a little too hard. I wouldn't recommend.
Well, exactly. So, I believe that's all the information I have that I can give, aside from the fact that I haven't heard from Finch at all, since, especially since you sent that message, Lila.
So you did a lot of digging around. I know you said you found those in the very, very old archives, but what about Sarah Lena Farron? I feel like her name just kind of pops up everywhere. How much did you run into her name specifically looking for this kind of stuff?
In the archives, almost none at all. In the restricted section, I was surprised to see how much she had written within those areas. As being one of the founders of the school, I thought that perhaps she would have, most of her work would have been easily accessible, especially considering one of the houses that we have at the school is named after her. But, no, sadly, I didn't run into anything of her writing. At least that was helpful to the information I have for all of you. In fact, it was strange. Most of her writing was devoid of anything mentioning these individuals specifically. It was always briefly mentioned, or loosely mentioned, or something of the sort. Never anything direct. Maybe go down this hall, or read this book instead, or more can be found here, but never anything direct.
Do you remember feeling or connecting anything with that? I know you probably weren't thinking about it in the moment, but just in retrospect right now, do you feel like it was almost like a puzzle?
I suppose. Since most of it led to dead ends, I stopped pursuing it, but I suppose if I was desperate enough, I could have found something. While wandering through the archives, I was able to find the information I was actually looking for, so I kind of abandoned, trailing down what, at that point, seemed to me the scrawlings of a madwoman. So, sadly for me, at least, no connections there. Do you know something that I don't?
Yeah. And then she'll go in and explain that she was Renee Markle. She became a lich, being drunk with like the power that they understood from Corellian, twisting it all and corrupting the whole house. Like she'll, unless someone stops her, like she'll just explain that all.
Yeah, and
And-
Elfin will back that up with like what we know about what happened with Floricon and that whole incident.
Yeah, and definitely with that final conversation that they had with Saralina, she would say like, yeah, Saralina like left stuff here in hopes that people will find it and be corrupted, or yeah, basically that, like carry on her work, that even though she's now dead, she's feels very confident that she's not gone.
Oh. And you can see he kind of nods, and as he's listening to all of it, he's kind of putting it all together. And he says, I mean, I see it now. I could easily understand that if I was at my wit's end, if I was at the end of my rope, felt like I had nowhere else to go, and I read the things that were in those books, I would find answers. Not where you're supposed to find answers, that's for sure. Well, then, if that's the case, I need to plead with the other headmasters of the school that something needs to change. Any book written by her needs to be peer-reviewed by those that we can trust. Her name needs to be removed from one of the houses of the school. That's ridiculous that we have that there. And any books that will lead students down dark paths need to be removed and either vaulted or destroyed.
And speaking of vaults, we were just in the vault, bringing some artifacts. And there seemed to be, which I'm not surprised, but I'm just more on edge now, knowing all of this. Something about a blade maybe being sentient, and a bunch of guards and mages being on guard as soon as it started acting up, including the vault master. Do you know anything about that?
Set a sword.
They said the blade,
The
so
blade.
maybe sword.
It was. And we assume it was the thing that we turned in, right? We're assuming that?
No, I thought it was something else.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was already
I don't think
there.
it was what we had. Yeah.
Oh. JK.
Yeah, because it was, he came out before any of your items went into the vault.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
No, you're good, you're good. Oh, wow, okay. Granted, that's not my area of expertise, and I don't necessarily spend a lot of time within the vault. But it could very well be, and you can see him kind of tense up a little bit as he says, of course, I'm sure when all of you went down there, they told you that there are sentient magic items that exist down there.
Correct.
And these sentient magic items, they can attempt to escape, or they can do things to try and break free. Well, if I'm assuming correctly, that means that that blade, whatever it may be, was attempting to escape. I did hear stirrings about a large withdrawal of mages towards the library and more guards heading in that direction. So it would make sense to me if that was the case.
Does it feel like he's holding back information right now?
Make an insight check.
I thought I did have D&D Beyond already ready. Look at me go. Oh my god, natural 20, 39.
Damn.
All right.
Oh my god, a 39. That's like 40. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Beat a 40. Huh.
Bitch. Yeah. Okay. So, you can tell that he's not holding back something because he's like trying to hide from you. You know, Ilanre is a very logical person. And if he doesn't have all of the facts, he doesn't want to like give away information that could not be true. So it's not like malicious keeping something from you. He just doesn't know if it's true, so he doesn't want to just say, yeah, this is it, you know, and have it eventually not be true.
Yeah. Well, she will. I assume they're sitting at this point.
Mhm.
She'll like cross her legs and cross her arms and just kind of narrow her eyes. Look, I know you're prideful. You always want to be right. But come on, we need to know everything right now. We can't. What if we run into something? We have to know everything, even if it's a rumor.
All right. Related to all of this, there could be something within the vault that, having been in close proximity to individuals like you, being dedicated to defeating an evil entity. Granted, this blade, this sword in particular, was always something we assumed belonged to Tiamat or Zahir, or even Loth. An evil blade. Incredibly powerful, by the name of Kadin Sor. At least that's what it is in the language the blade speaks. But we've been able to translate it to Blackfire, Torch of the Covenant. Get this good. There you go. It is a blade. A blade meant to be wielded by someone. Granted, we've never been able to figure out exactly what the sword does or who exactly it's connected to.
But it's evil, for sure.
Very evil. In fact, the blade itself needs to be restrained by what are known as, if memory serves, sovereign chains, which are chains that cannot be broken by any material known to us under any circumstance. It needs to be restrained by those chains. And on top of that, it is shielded in several anti-magic shells to try and dull the magic within the blade, but that blade is incredibly powerful. Whatever is trapped in there wants to get out incredibly bad. And any time the magic starts to grow stronger, the vault is put on high alert. Which, if guards were called, it doesn't necessarily mean anything bad is happening. It just means that they want to make sure that if something bad does happen, that enough people are there to stop it. The vault keepers take their job very seriously. So, that blade is one... It's the only sword that's like that within there. And there are several other items that I believe exist within the vault that are equally as dangerous or equally as powerful, but none of them would be referred to as a blade. There are other evil blades within there, but if the vault was on that high of alert, I think that's one of the only options, but I don't know for sure.
Still good to know. Thank you.
Who turned it in?
the sword?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, off the top of my head, I don't know.
We should look into that. We know, Finch and the 13 had plans for Hearthcrest. It's possible this sword might be a part of it. If it's already causing problems, it could be warming up for something tremendous.
We can always go back down. They keep clear record of who turns in what, so
Yes,
good
but when
idea.
we would need to get permission in order to have those records. And no offense to you, Elanre, but we're going to need someone higher.
No, you would need to talk to your father for that.
Yeah.
Or any other headmaster. No, I guess not just your father.
Right. What about those dead ends with Saralina's information? I think it's a great idea, and I think it's very important that we get rid of those books, but I think if we also ignore those dead ends, there's air quotes dead ends. There's nothing saying that just because we get rid of the information leading people there that they're gone.
Of course. Let me do some more digging into those now that I know the truth of the situation, and... Well, not to toot my own horn at all, but I am fairly smart, so hopefully I should be able to figure it out. And when we reconvene after you meet with your father and talk with Belle, we can reconvene, I can let you know what I find, and perhaps we can all go down to the vault together.
Okay. That's a great idea. How is Belle? Have you seen much of her?
Her and I get lunch together once a week to go over her studies and make sure that she's all caught up. Ever since she moved out of the tower, she's been slacking on her work a little bit. But
yeah.
don't worry, I've been making sure she's keeping up with it.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm sure she'll be very excited to see you.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see her too.
If it is Sunday, I believe most Sundays she spends in the sparring pits, the dueling area.
Oh, has she found a weapon that she likes? I know she's been kind of, what do I want to do? Should I do this? Should I do what you're doing? Should I do what Mom and Dad want to do? Yeah, so I didn't know if she had made any decisions.
Yes, she has. She has actually begun to excel in magic. Quite a
Doing
lot.
some Harry Potter duels down there.
Yeah, exactly. She has found that there is an amulet that she wears on her palm. She's been enjoying quite a bit, and she has been excelling exponentially with it.
Do we still have the gem from the one bitch's palm?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. And I have not done the identify thing with it yet.
Yeah, okay. So now Faye's gonna, look to York, then to Lila, because they were the last ones to see that rip that shit out. Who has that? You, Lila?
I think Lila has it. Yeah,
Okay.
I think now got it for Lila.
Yeah. So is it normal to cast magic from a gem in your hand? Speaking from someone who has known, that's...
Well, it just depends. It's an arcane focus, so it could be a wand, it could be a quarterstaff, it could be a crystal or an orb. And some wizards or sorcerers, or any arcane caster, some of them do use amulets. Some keep them affixed to their neck, some use them as a clasp on a cloak, and others may hold them in their hand. It's whatever is most comfortable and allows the weave to flow most freely.
It's the same as my amulet. It's just she's holding it or has it wrapped around her hand. It's not under her skin. And then she's going to turn to Elon Ray and explain why we're stressed about that. And be like, yeah, so in the skin, stressful.
Oh,
so.
yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
No, not in the skin, but she's been keeping it with her most places where she goes. Which isn't strange, at least under normal circumstances. most of the time we need to make sure that we're ready and able for anything if something may happen. But that definitely is a red flag.
Yeah. Is she using divine magic or arcane? Or has she figured out what's comfortable for her?
It's definitely arcane. Very much arcane. Very powerful arcane magic.
Lila's gonna smile. Yay, okay. Well, do you think I should talk to her first before I talk to Dad? Or would she prefer if she saw me after?
I'm going to be very honest, Lila. I do not know.
I don't know either. I'm just trying to put things off. Let's go talk to Dad. And she'll get up.
Yeah. And Elanre will stand as well. And he'll say to you, Lila, don't worry. You've got this. I can tell already that you've grown so much since when you left. You've discovered a lot, and you're helping people. I'm sure he'll be proud of that.
I don't know if that matters anymore, but thank you. And she'll give a smile.
Yeah.
But by the way, her hair is still white. Like, she's not changed to her normal colors yet. So Elanre would notice.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he'll say, before you go, he'll say, well, even if he's not, just know that I am. All right?
Thank you. And I know that. But I feel like it matters more if I am now than anyone else. And I'll get there.
Oh, they grow up so fast.
She'll give him another hug. Unless anyone else had anything else they want to say or ask him. I feel like we covered everything.
Yeah, I'm good. That was good. Got lots of good information.
Before you go, Elanre will say, Yorick,
Yeah. So, man.
did you find out about the token yet?
I thought you knew about that.
Yeah. That's all he says.
Elanre will nod and smile, and he'll say, good. Welcome to the order, friend. And he'll sit
Good
back
to see
down.
you.
And he'll sit back in his desk and go back to grading papers as all of you head out.
The order. That seems very important to know about.
Yeah, super important. Why they filled me in before I left.
I don't understand why you can't tell us about it or anything
'cause-
about it.
Because it's a secret.
Insight check.
I
Blossom
said that.
Blossom will come to Yorick's defense and say, now listen, all right, secrets are meant to be taken seriously, all right? If Yorick thinks that it's so secretive that he can't tell us, we should respect that. All of you do
Thank
the
you,
same
Blossom.
thing with the silent shields. Exactly. Of course, Yorick.
Well, you've told us some things about the silent shields, though.
Well,
we at
that's
least
because I was
know
given
some things.
permission to by May and by other members of the Silent Shields.
I mean,
Now,
if we're all traveling together, you know.
but if Yorick's, if the
I feel
leader
like
of,
we should
if
all
the,
have
if the, okay,
Because what if something
we just talk
happened?
over each other now. Is that what we do now? Is that what we do in this group? We don't listen to
Look,
each other anymore.
Blossom, look,
Why
it's
would you
called
expect him to?
conversing.
Why would you expect him to tell you things when you won't let him talk? Talking over
You're the
everybody.
one doing all the talking, Blossom.
Okay. Oh, I'm the one doing all the talking. Okay. All right.
Right now, yeah.
All right. Okay. All right.
Well, if it was so secretive, then
Roll a
why
stealth
would
check.
Ray even bring it up? Wouldn't it be worth not mentioning it in front of us? I mean, if it is so secret.
This is true. Twig's got a very
What is
good point.
passive perception?
Yeah, let me look real
That's
quick.
14.
I mean, Twig and Lila would certainly
Yeah,
see
I'm
him.
like,
I don't know about Nalfian.
Twigs are like 20.
Yeah, Twig and Blossom, they both are not Twig and Blossom. Nalfian and Blossom start looking around, and Yorick's gone. But Lila and Twig, you can see Yorick is sat down on a bench and pulled his like hood up and is like sitting there like Assassin's Creed style, just trying to blend in to somebody else sitting there reading a book. And he's just like looking at Yorick in like full plate.
Good book.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and he'll shut the book and get up and walk away.
Alright, that was uncalled for, but I did it.
Fucking weirdo.
Just asked if it was a good book.
Alright. Keep your secrets. You're welcome. Thanks, Joe. Thank you for laughing in the other room.
Oh, I always laugh at a good Lord of the Rings reference.
Frodo.
All right, then keep your secrets. Okay. I'm glad we're laughing now.
What does that mean?
So you guys are heading to go talk to Lila's dad?
Oh, yeah.
I think Lila would maybe start to walk towards oh yes, Gemma, absolutely. I think Lila would start to walk, like lead them towards the father's like area, but since they don't know where they're going, she's gonna go to Belle first, actually. And be like, oh, how did we end up here?
Alfian walking beside Lila, because he wanted to help with this, just kind of gives her a look. But he'll nod, and he'll feign surprise.
I
Wow.
guess I just haven't been here in so long. I took several wrong turns. I wonder where
Wait,
Belle is.
Lila, haven't you been expertly navigating us through this entire college so far?
It was just a slip up, surely, you know, things look the same.
And you expect Yorick to tell about his order.
Blossom, you know what? I don't want to hear from you.
Okay. Oh, what now? What, Nalfian? Do you want to go? There's a sparring ring right here, Nalfian.
That's not my kind of sparring.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, all right. Mm-hmm.
No, there is that sparring. This is also where I trained archery. You could use some practice, so.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Damn.
Alright, listen, I have spent my entire life training, okay? Maybe not with a bow. That's another story.
Uh-huh.
Was there an end to that sentence, or was that it?
Yeah, it means I'm
That's-
really good, Yorick. Blossom. It's not with a bow.
Okay.
Okay, can we just move on?
Do you guys want to meet Belle?
Yes.
She's great, so I feel like you guys
Sure.
should meet her.
Totally evil.
Okay.
Totally evil.
Alrighty. So
Yeah.
you make your way to the training grounds.
I love you guys.
You make your way to the training. What?
Sorry.
What?
That's awesome. I feel like all that dynamic. Anyway, sorry.
Okay, so you make your way to the training grounds, and eventually you do see that there are several lanes in this. It's probably about 10 lanes outside, and you can see some people are participating in a melee, right? Sword and shield. But you can tell that these weapons are manifested magically. So some of these people might be like hexblade warlocks, of a certain kind. Or they might be just sparring with, not archery, but like target practice with archery. And then others of them are just using magic, sort of dueling each other, beams of energy shooting out towards each other. But you can tell with each one of these lanes, there is either a professor or an older student, or even just an adult there that is supervising to make sure that none of the blows are lethal. And that if something bad does happen, they're there to address it. So, as you're looking through, you can see several people fighting, several people practicing the archery, and several people dueling with magic. And you do see on the far right-hand lane, you can see there are two people dueling. What looks to be, well, two people you actually recognize. Lila, you can see your sister currently dueling what looks to be Colette.
Oh God.
Oh my god, we
Besties.
should have gone to Dad first. Oh no.
So you can see the two of them sparring, sort of flinging these bolts of magical energy at each other. And just as a reminder, this is Belle, and this is Colette. So you can see the two of them going at it, sparring, the bolts of magical energy flying. And you can see, Lila, something that is very strange for you, the ferocity that Belle has in this moment. Just the magical energy, the arcane energy that is flying out of the amulet is insane for where she was at when you left just a month ago. You can see 3 bolts connect with Colette as she sort of falls back onto her back, head slamming up against the sand where these lanes are. And you can see the professor sort of throw up her hand and walk over to Colette and kind of help her up, make sure she's okay, and he'll throw his hand back down for the sparring to continue. There's a couple of hits that do manage to make contact to Belle from Colette, but you can see that there are these arcane shields that Belle ends up throwing up and in the way, causing the bolts to fling off and slam into the dirt next to her. Until eventually, Belle is able to make a small dodge to the left as she's getting closer and closer to Colette. Colette flinging spell after spell after spell, but none of them making contact as Belle is just sort of dodging or blocking them as she's now 5 feet away. And you can just see this blast of arcane energy come from the amulet and send Colette 5 feet up into the air and slam down onto the ground. As Colette, slamming back onto the ground, says, I yield. I yield.
Man, your sister's a badass.
Hell yeah, she is.
And you can see Belle walk over and say, yeah, you did.
Oh,
Remember that next time.
Oh my god, the fire.
You
The
can.
sass.
So you see her talk with the professor giving her a few notes on things and maybe potentially even scolding her a bit. You're a little too far away to know exactly what she's saying, but letting her know that maybe next time don't go, nearly as aggressive, right? This is for training to get better, not to actually hurt somebody. And you can see Colette kind of get up and walk away. And you can see Colette, as she stands, she sees all of you first, and her eyes will kind of go wide, and she'll sort of look down towards the ground and walk in the opposite direction before saying anything to any of you. As Belle sort of nodding, listening to the professor, and then eventually the professor finishes what she was saying and says, this is about where you're getting close enough to hear, says, now remember, Belle, like I said before, this is about getting better, and you've excelled quite a bit already. I don't know how often you need to be in the training arena. You've been here almost every single Sunday since your sister left. I just don't think it's necessary anymore. One of these days, you're actually going to hurt somebody. And if you do that, you have to understand the necessary steps that are taken by the school when injuries happen because of someone's conviction to do so. When I see you fight in these arenas, it looks like you want to hurt them. If you need someone to talk to, Belle, you can always come and talk to any of your professors. And Belle kind of nodding and says, yeah, I'll remember that for next time. Sorry.
And we were close enough to hear that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll remember that. Sorry. All right. Well, just get some rest, and I'll see you in class on Monday. And you can see the professor sort of nods and goes to turn away to look and turns in your direction. And smiles seeing you, Lila, and says, well, look who it is. And you can see that Belle turns around with a sort of like sort of sunken look to her face, but immediately seeing you, it springs to life as she runs over and says, Lila! And immediately like lunges towards you for this huge tight hug.
Yeah, she'll scoop her up, swing her around. Hey! Oh my god!
Oh, I missed you so much.
I missed you too. And Lila's gonna like cry, just like, happy tears kind of like slightly getting out of her eyes. That was amazing! As she like stops. Whoa! Where did that come from? That was incredible.
I've been studying a lot. I've been practicing a lot. I don't know. I just wanted to be as good as you are, and so that's what I'm trying to do.
You're there. I'm nervous. Don't put me in the ring with you. Oh my gosh.
No, I wouldn't want to embarrass you.
Okay, let's not go that far.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair.
Not too far.
Okay. All right.
I have missed you so. Oh, I need to introduce you to everyone. Okay, and so she will like introduce everyone. It's like, this is Nalthian. He's an Echo Knight, super cool. He's got a shadow. Well, Echo. This is Twig. And I believe you guys are actually around the same age. She is the sweetest girl, loves animals. This is Yorick. He is a paladin, all the way from Macavia. And so, and then this is Blossom. She is a bard fighter. Does normally live in Tarkir, but we don't talk about that very much. And also one of my good friends, Eurydice. She's not here right now, but she's a super cool sorceress. So met some cool people.
Wow, yeah.
And guys, this is Elle.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Lila's sister. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm a mage now, I guess.
Yeah, so you decided. I mean, it seems like it's fitting. Like, I know literally the last time we talked, you just were so unsure about what you wanted to do or what direction you wanted to take. So this is good, right? Do you feel good about your choice?
Yeah, of course I do. It's I don't know. Will I want to do it forever? I don't know. I'm still got a lot of time to figure that out, but like, I don't know. I've been enjoying it a lot. I've been feeling good about it. And I've been feeling like I'm good at it. So that makes me want to do it more and get better at it.
Yeah. What is Lila picking up from this? Because she heard that whole conversation and also what Ilan Ray said. And now Belle's like, yeah, everything's great and I'm doing great. And we're like,
Make an insight check.
Yeah. Let's see if I get another 40. Probably not. It's probably going to be like a 1 now, just because.
Well, if not, you can always read your sister's mind. Just breach that privacy.
This is true.
Damn.
Oh, it was a 3, but a 12.
Oh, Jesus. 12. Okay. As far as you can tell, she's being truthful. I mean, she's not, like I said, at least as far as you can tell, she's not lying at all. She is happy, sad, right? Happy to see you. Maybe sad for some reason, but it doesn't seem related to her studies at all.
Yeah. She'll just kind of take that in and be like, so, Colette, do you normally spar with Colette? That was kind of surprising to see, I'm not going to lie.
Well, I moved up to the next bracket. I beat most of the people in my class that specialized in arcane dueling. So no longer fighting people my age, but fighting people older than me. And so Colette was one of the first to volunteer because she thought it'd be an easy win, and I gave her a mouthful of dirt. So she got what she deserved for thinking she was better than me.
Yeah. And then is Colette still like just kind of, because she kind of sheepishly walked away, obviously because it got her ass whooped, but is she still like around?
Yeah, in the training area, she would be. You would just barely be able to see like the sort of green of that like shawl that she wears, off in the distance. Maybe eating lunch with other people of House Farron.
That makes sense. Well, I'm proud of you. That's really awesome that you've honestly, like, I just really excelled. It's only been like a month, and you've just made such a huge difference.
Yeah, thank you.
I actually am supposed to talk to Dad soon.
You can see she scoffs and rolls her eyes.
Yeah.
Did you schedule a meeting?
No, I think I'm gonna piss him off. So that's gonna be step one. I don't know. I think I know you don't come home right now, and that's fine. But maybe later today, we can just get some food, just the two of us, and just catch up. You know?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Is there anything you want me to say to Dad before I go?
No. There's no point. It's not like you'd listen anyway, so.
It doesn't have to do with the point. It has to do with the principle.
I don't know. What do you want me to say?
I don't know. I was asking what you wanted to say.
I don't know. I'll just find me later when you're ready to go eat or whatever. It was nice meeting all of you. Bye.
Likewise.
And she's just gonna turn around and start walking away.
You alright?
Lila's just gonna blink.
You alright?
Perfect. Let's go talk to Dad. Actually, 1 second. And then she will go over to Colette.
Okay. So at this point, Belle has walked away. She's gone deeper into the college, so no idea where she's gone now. When you go to get food together later, you could probably just find her in a room, which you would know where that's at, Lila. But you go over to the table and you can see there's 3 other people plus Colette. Faces you would all recognize, all around your age, graduated the same year as you. Most of them aren't pursuing any higher form of education here. Most of them just taking jobs as either tutors or teachers, or maybe even joining the mage guard to help protect the magical secrets within the college. But Colette is one of those people who's been pursuing higher education, same as you. And as you approach, the table was laughing. You know, they were having a good time, enjoying the lunch. And as you walk over, the laughter begins to stifle and die as Colette looks up at you and says, "What? Come over to make fun of me for losing to your sister?"
No. But hi, guys. Been a while. Tough crap. Okay. Colette, can I just talk to you?
I was laughing too loud.
It's all good. Can I talk to you for a second, Colette?
Sure. And you can see it. There's most of the time, especially, you know, back when you guys saw each other in that small city on your way here, you know, she would have challenged you, but she just seems defeated right now. So she says, "I'll be right back." And she'll stand and she'll walk with you wherever you go.
Yeah, just enough where, you know, we're out of earshot.
Yeah.
Look. I know we have not gotten along. And I was thinking about it, and I don't really understand why. Yes, we were both the top of our class. Yes, we both came from money, and we both have a lot to prove. And I feel like, at least for me, it was that pressure that made me dislike you. And I get it if you want to stay contentious, but I think I'm tired of it. Going out on my dissertation, meeting some of the best people in my life has made me realize how small that is. And I just want to say I'm sorry. And it's really unfortunate because I think we could have been friends. That's all. You know, if you can make fun of me if you want, say how stupid that is. I just think we were fighting someone else's battle all these years, and I'm not doing it anymore.
You can see there's a lot of emotions on her face that she's kind of cycling through, and I'd like you to make a persuasion check with advantage for me.
Cool. Okay, the first one's a 19. The second one is an 8.
Okay. 19, though. You can see she cycles through several things. At first, she almost laughs, but the laugh doesn't come out. The smile begins to kind of fade away, as you can see that rocky exterior kind of melt away, as she just kind of looks at you with a very genuine look that you've never seen from her before. As she says, I never thought I would hear that from you, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I don't think I would have. If the last month of my life didn't happen, I don't think I'd be saying it. But I'm really glad that I am.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear it. And I guess I agree.
And I know we can never talk again after this, and that's also totally fine, but if you're going through whatever I've been going through, I really hope you are living for yourself soon. I really, really hope that.
Can see she nods at that. Yeah.
And your bangs are really cute too. I'm so sorry for jealousy. I don't know because I can't pull them off, but they're really nice.
And if I'm being entirely honest, in that city when you were red and green, I did think it was a really good look on you. I was just jealous because whenever I wear red and green, I look like a winter mystery. So, you know.
Well, green's a really good color. It's really nice that you have this green cape. It's been working for you.
Thanks. And honestly, the white, I know for Eladrin that means that things aren't great, but it looks nice on you.
Thank you.
I hope they get better.
Me too. Let me know if you need anything, okay?
I will.
Great. And kick Belle's butt next time, okay? She could use a good kick in the ass.
I think I have a friend who falls in the same category as you and me that could give her a run for her money at least.
Good. And she'll just kind of give a nod and then go back to everyone else.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you can see Colette goes back to her table as you head back to the rest of your friends. And you can see that there's a little bit of chit-chat, like maybe a little bit of snickering or laughing. But you can see Colette kind of nips it in the bud as they just start talking about something else. Conversation isn't about you anymore. As there's the start of a new relationship there. As an old one starts to transform. So you reconvene with the party, and now it seems as though you only have 1.5 more destinations left within the college.
Yeah, and Lila will say, hey, we've been doing just a lot of like chores kind of right now. Is there anything you guys want to see? We don't have to just go down our checklist. Is there anything you guys want to do? I'm so sorry. I feel like a lot of this has been just monopolized by me right now.
Oh, I mean, this is your home, Lila. You haven't been here quite some time. I want to respect your time. And Nalfinn's gonna give her like a reassuring smile and just kind of put his hand on her shoulder. I also know that you don't want to do the thing that we really need to do. So, is there anything else that you want to do first?
And I'll answer that question in a second, but that is also my way of saying, is there anything else anyone else wants to do? Because it's been a lot of me this session, which is awesome, but I also want to make sure there's time for everyone else.
There's stuff that Alfie wants to do, but it doesn't involve anything here, so I'm good.
Okay. Anyone else?
I honestly think it makes more sense narratively to have the chat with your dad, and then once that's done, the rest of us can do what we want. I think putting it off just feels strange, personally. Unless people want to go to the library to do the research they wanted to do, but...
Yeah, because
I'm fine either way.
Everyone has to go to the dad thing, because I don't think we'll be able to get everybody in for that, just because we don't have a meeting. It's gonna be more like a Lila, maybe, like, I think she talked with Nalfien, but I was thinking it's probably just gonna be Nalfien and Lila that are able to get in there, and Nalfien's only there for moral support. So if there is something else someone wants to do, that's something they can go do together.
Mm-hmm.
Unless other people, unless everyone wants to be there for that conversation, we can try and make that work too then.
I feel like if you feel it's best for that conversation to be a close thing, like, obviously we're heading to the library next, right? So we could always just get a head start on that.
Okay. Yeah, probably just because probably just going to be mostly Lila and the dad talking, but...
Yeah, no, but go off. You need to talk to your dad. We've been waiting for this for so long.
Yeah, girl, you're fine.
Yeah.
Like, as a player, like, I'm living for all these moments with Lila. You're fine.
Okay. Just wanted to check in. That's all.
Appreciate you.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll do that then.
Yeah, maybe we can go all in as a group. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Now, but we'll see what happens.
Does everyone want to come then to see Father?
Oh yeah, I'm so curious.
Sure.
All right, here we go. And Lila, she'll take the long way there. She'll be like giving like a little tour, like, and that's where I had my first kiss. It was a terrible, embarrassing moment. And that is where, and then she'll just kind of keep going. Whatever. I couldn't think of a second one, so.
Yorick looks over to Nalfian. Lila had her first kiss in college.
High school.
We all gotta start somewhere.
High school, Yorick. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's all.
Nalfiel will just look at Yorick and just kind of sniggered himself.
Or just shrugs. Just trying to make sense of the timeline.
Oh my god.
So as all of you are making your way through,
know what to do.
as all of you are making your way to the offices of the headmasters, which are all kept in generally the same location, with a similar type of magic that is used with the professor's offices. As you make your way there, Lila, taking the long way around, you do go through the massive hanging gardens that exist within the college, where most of the magical alchemical ingredients are grown for the many potions, salves, and general healing items that are made within the College of Hearthcrest, especially considering how much experimentation is done here. Most things from all over the world need to be readily available unless they are exceedingly rare. And you can see flying around the area, not the bright walkers, those large peacock-like birds, but instead you see within these areas these like constantly shifting, almost camouflage to a degree, small birds, very similar to larks, sort of flying around in these varying colors of blue, green, and red. And as I said, they have this like sort of shifting nature where wherever they land, their color kind of shifts and change like a chameleon to match their background. And as they chirp and sing, Lila, you know exactly what these larks do. The name for them here at the college is leaf singers, where they land next to a plant that may be struggling or having a hard time blooming or blossoming. And as it sings, connected to that energy, it actually draws life back into that plant. And helps them grow. And you can see there are hundreds of leaf singers in this entire garden that are helping these plants grow and to get better and be ready for the harvesting whenever that may come. So you see all that, and that song is something that you're very familiar with and something that hopefully helps you calm down a bit, since their songs are rather calming. Alrighty. But other than that, you've got your stuff. You've got your information. And just to double check, all of you are heading to Jamie Tatiana's office, correct?
I believe that was
Yep.
what we said.
Okay. All right. So everybody's heading there, and everybody has the intention of going in?
I believe so.
Okay.
As long
Trying
as
at
I was
least.
comfortable with it, you know.
Yeah. Bring him in.
Alrighty. Very cool. So with that, you all head towards Jamie's office with the intention of going in, speaking with Lila's father, and hopefully helping, or at least beginning the process of healing that situation. And with that, that's where we're going to go ahead and take our break as all of you approach the door. So we're going to pop to a break, and yep, when we come back, we will dive back in. Hello, everybody. We are back, and we're going to dive right back into the session. So, picking up right where we left off, our group of adventurers finally made their way into the college after solving a couple of missing links within the city of Hearthcrest, specifically for Twig, in preparation of her Kingdoms and Castles tournament, gaining a new card, and oh my god. Oh, the supply card, add +2. Woo, man, woo, woo. Gaining her new card, specifically that of Leos, the Lion of Palor, a legendary monstrosity, or a legendary monster to add to her deck, and the supply drop card to add 2 to her score whenever she is in the game. Card can only be used once during any given game. That's been the rule with all the rest of them, so yeah. So, you now make your way into the college, and the college has been full of activity. From the adventuring and lore finding within the college of how things work, the depositing of the artifacts, and the strange alert that went off, deeming the blade was acting up, or something similar to that. After seeing many more guards show up and many more mages show up, you were able to receive confirmation from Professor Elanre, a close friend of Lila, and a recent, I think he would consider a close friend now, of Yorick. That's not strange that would happen, because the college takes threats like these very seriously, even if they're not threats yet. Even if they're maybe threats, still taken very seriously. He gave you information that the blade could possibly be in reference to Kadin Sur, a blade that the name translates to Blackfire, Torch of the Covenant. Whatever that sword is capable of doing, it's unknown to Elanre, as it's a little bit outside of his jurisdiction and his reach of knowledge. And sadly, he does not know who deposited the blade within the College of Hearthcrest, specifically within the vaults. So, armed with that knowledge, and armed with the knowledge of all of the members of the 13 Forsaken now, the party moves on from Professor Elanre. He promising to gather more information related to Serlina Farron and what she's doing, and the rest of the party going to find Belle, and then Lila's father. So, they go and find Belle. They have a small conversation with her, which seems off. Belle seems more moody, and more determined than what she was when Lila left about a month ago. And she is this masterful wielder of arcane magic now. These beams of energy shooting out of a palm, shooting out of an amulet that she holds in her hand, specifically on top of her palm. You see her duel Colette, an old adversary of Lila, her winning of the duel, and eventually the conversation escalating between Lila and between Belle, specifically about her father. Belle saying, what good would it do to say anything to him? And then when pressed more on that, getting frustrated and just leaving. Not even willing to have any type of conversation about their father. But Lila does know that she will be getting dinner with Colette later this evening, so she decides to give her time to decompress because they have other things they need to worry about right now. So, with that, after a small conversation with Colette, moving on from the past, the party makes their way to find Headmaster Jamie Tatiana, Lila's father, and one of the many headmasters of the College of Hearthcrest. So, you all make your way down the long hall that leads into the Chamber of the Headmasters, which is a large domed building that has these marvelous marbled columns around the edge, this open air room, and freestanding doors stand in the center of the room, which it seems as though there are, I believe, 9 of them. As you are able to see the door that would lead to Headmaster Jamie Tatiana's office.
Well, are you guys ready? meet my dad.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
He might be mad that we didn't make an appointment, so be ready for that.
Yeah, well, you can't make an appointment for life, so.
Have been. And she'll like
That laughter dies.
she will I assume this is more of a knocking kind of door, less of a magical entrance kind of door. I don't remember.
No, this is very much a magical entrance kind of door. Yeah.
Whoopses. Yeah, she will do the code to try and get it.
Yeah, so same as with the other doors, there are these stones sort of hovering next to these freestanding doors. As his stone is glowing a low blue color, which means you can communicate with it. You tap on the stone, and what do you say?
Hey, Dad, it's Lila. I have some things to talk to you about and some company that's joining me. I hope you're free.
And you can see the door materializes. This crystalline purple energy coalesces as the door opens for all of you to enter Headmaster Tatiana's office.
Yeah, and I mean, Lila will.
Okay. All of you enter in, and you can see in place of regular torches or sconces, there are these dancing lights that float around the room, casting a dull purple and soft white light glow. There are windows that are currently open with this beautiful vista, these massive mountains and waterfalls ripping through the stone. These tropical forests all around, outlooking the window. As you see the office that belongs to Headmaster Jamie Tatiana. And sitting behind his desk, you see the man. That Lila you've seen many, many, many times throughout your life, but the rest of you, it's first time meeting him. He looks with a smile and says, Lila, it's so good to see you after the month you've been gone. I take it your travels went well?
Yeah, they've been very eventful, actually. I can't wait for you to hear about it in my dissertation. And I've made these great friends, and she'll introduce them all with their titles as well. Definitely more formal, less like how she did it earlier. And we have some big important things to talk to you about. First of all, Professor Finch has not come back with me. I don't know if you've heard anything about his whereabouts.
No, I have not.
Yeah, he tried to. He was dealing with some dark magic, Dad. And he's an incredibly evil person. So we had to get away from him. I had to get away from him, and that's how I met these people. We don't know everything that we need to know, but I think Hearthcrest has some information that could be useful in us figuring this out. But I just need you to know that if Professor Finch, though I doubt he'll be back here, anything that he dealt with, you need to have skepticism. If you do see him again, you need to have skepticism. Actually, not even just skepticism, just don't trust him. Get him out of here.
Yeah, if there's a way to prevent him from even entering the premises again, I'd highly recommend.
Of course, of course. That is rather alarming, to say the least. So you said dealing with dark magic. What do you mean specifically?
How much do I know of my dad knowing about the Dark One.
Oh, you're not sure if he knows anything, or you don't know if he knows everything.
Okay. Well, I talked to Mom about it. She doesn't believe it, but we'll see how it works with you. The Dark One, the light. There's the light, and then there's the dark. Well, there's this Dark One, and he's got 13 special followers that are extremely powerful and are all out there to corrupt the world and basically destroy existence as we know it, and he's one of them. I know that sounds outlandish. I don't know how much you know about the Dark One. I didn't know anything until leaving with him, basically. So, yeah. What's his reaction to that?
He has just a stern look on his face, just listening, processing. Interesting. So tell me, what is your plan then? You came to speak to me because why?
Well, you have a lot of power here. Hearthcrest is a place that clearly the Dark One has been able to have some sort of effect on. And I would like your permission in order to basically help remove any piece of the Dark One that's been remaining here from the school, or at least letting the knowledge that we can find here help us. We will need access to places that I don't have access to, such as the restricted section and even the archives for the artifacts.
Specifically within the vault.
That would be most ideal, yes.
Very well. Access into the restricted section is easy for me to give. I'd be happy to give it. But then for the vault, that might take a little time. But I have a few friends, the Vault Master and I. We try to get dinner at least once a month. I should be able to do something there. Aside from that, Lila, you've always been, well, a cut above the rest, so to speak. Do you have any other plans for the rest of you? I'd love to be able to help if I can. I don't know what your next step is.
Quick.
Yeah, sure. Make an insight check.
23.
As far as you can tell, he's telling the truth.
What do you mean by plans? We don't have everything worked out, but if you want to help, I think your help will definitely be best here at the school. That's kind of just our plan right now, is collecting information in order to make a better informed plan later.
We are going to the Astral Sea, though. Surely there'd be something that could help us here?
Same thing, Kayla. As far as you can tell, he's telling the truth.
Sorry, I gotta keep an eye on the food.
No, you're fine. He's very he's very locked in right now. Like, he's very stern, very serious. He's paying very close attention to what you all are saying. The Astral Sea. What are you going to the Astral Sea for? The Astral Sea is a very dangerous place. We have artifacts within the vault that can help push away astral dreadnoughts. These type of creatures that spend eternity wandering throughout the Astral Sea, trying to keep out individuals that shouldn't be there. But perhaps there's a way to get what you want without going to the Astral Sea? It's very dangerous.
Yes, and another member of the 13 have run off into the Astral Sea. We know where they are. We want to take care of a problem before it gets bigger.
And they have our friend Emerald. stuck there as well. We need to get him out.
Imriel is stuck in the Astral Sea with 2 members of the Forsaken.
In a pocket dimension in the Astral Sea, if I understand correctly, yes.
A pocket dimension in the Astral Sea.
Where they can't use magic.
Where they can't use magic.
Was there a trace of he knew the name Emerald, or is he just repeating the name? Because the way he said that seemed weird.
I'd like, just because everybody here, I'd like everybody to make an Arcana check.
Oh.
Get it now,
Okay.
Ian. It's a 10 from me.
Ooh, 27.
27. Okay, let's see.
I got an 18, but still 27.
My
Blossom-
Arcana is a plus 11.
Blossom got a 23. And Twig, what was yours?
10.
And then
Don't
7.
cry and Marshall over there. Fucking I only have a plus 1 as well.
So, Yorick, Nalthian, and Twig don't notice anything. It seems as though maybe he's just repeating information just to sort of lock it into his brain. Lila and Blossom, the 2 of you share a look because both of you have used a spell very similar to that. Both of you know that with the spell Sending, you have to repeat the words that you say aloud. And the other thing that you begin to notice with your 27, Lila, the magic that he's using right now to conceal his spell casting, because obviously he was casting Sending, the magic he was using, your dad isn't a sorcerer. Sorcerers are the only types of individuals who have magic to subtle spells. Headmaster Jamie Tatiana is a wizard. He doesn't have the ability to do that.
I would like to read his mind in this moment.
Okay, go ahead and read his mind.
I will
And
mark
Blossom is looking to you for what to do next because she notices that, but without the additional part of the knowledge you have about your father.
Yeah. She will kind of just like look back to not Jamie and read his mind. I will mark off some actions, I think. Channel Divinity. No? Where did it go? I'll find it. Read thoughts. Oh, I can't mark it off? That's fine. Okay. Boop, boop, ba-doop.
Okay.
Reading his mind.
Wisdom saving throw. Success, you can't use that feature. Failure, you can read its surface thoughts.
Oh, yeah, I think they gotta do a thing. I forgot. It's not at will.
Yeah. Okay, so DC 17 wisdom saving throw. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep this spicy. Prove to people out there that I do roll dice.
Oh, there is a place I can mark it off. Cool. Did.
Okay.
Wow.
Bastard.
Womp, 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 womp.
Oh.
You attempt to read the mind. Luckily, he does not know that you tried. But sadly, you're not able to make a connection.
Can we at least sense that Lila and
You,
Blossom look weird?
Everybody here, I can guarantee you, your passive insights, if they're above 7, Lila especially is weird right now, and Blossom is tense.
I'm gonna try something and it won't work, but I'm gonna try it.
Okay.
I'm going to use divine intervention to reveal who this person actually is.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah.
Gonna
yeah.
work.
Oh,
Okay.
It needs to.
If it works,
All right.
I'm I don't know. I will peak.
Yeah.
Life will be good. I don't know. I
Brilliant
have to
has
roll-
wanted you to, like, stop with all the susses in the college, so, you know, it kind of makes sense that he'd, like, chip in, you know?
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. Roll a D100.
What do you have to
What do you have
remember
to-
the rules?
It's
Yeah.
a- it's a-
I'm lower.
It's a
You have to roll,
10%
like, an
chance.
11 or lower.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or you guys are level 11, so yeah.
I roll. I got a 56.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Because Lila's just going to say, "That's a neat trick. I didn't know you knew how to do that."
Of course. Well, I'm afraid, Lila, I do have another meeting here shortly.
No, you don't.
And he's going to cast greater invisibility on himself.
Wait,
Bastard.
can I do a thing? Question.
Yes. Yeah. What do you want to do? Because
Okay.
Nalfian, you're quick enough to see him begin casting the spell. And
Can I use? I'm gonna ask you a question. So
okay.
the chronolometer.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
It allows
Say that one
me.
again.
Fuck off. There's a thing called Time Bandit where I could slow down time, gaining an additional action. Blah 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 blah. Like this is obviously for combat, but one of the things it says is I can slow down time. Can I use it to try to do that purposefully so I can get to him before he does that?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I'm like, it's up to you. You made this wackadoo thing, so I don't, you know.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. Go ahead and real quick though, as you were warned by King Markle, it's dangerous to use these items not combined in one piece. So roll a
Nalfian has an advantage on this because
because
this
he's
isn't- yeah.
So roll a d20 with advantage for me.
All right. I'm gonna roll my pretty Ursa dice and this fuck off dice. Pretty Ursa dice, baby. That is a 17, but do I add something to that?
Nope, you wanted to roll high. You wanted to roll above a
Okay.
15. You
Okay,
can
that's
feel
good.
Nalfian as you. What was the other die roll? Is it a 12?
A 2.
Two.
Oh!
That would be
Okay.
fun.
God.
So, as you begin to pull out you immediately pull out the device and you twist into it as he begins to cast the magic. And you can see from his fingertips heading down to his forearms, they begin to shift invisible as the spell isn't done casting yet, as it's beginning and almost finished. As you twist and push the device, time slows down. And as it does, there is this echo, this of everything spreading out. And for a moment, Nalfian, you feel as it gets about 5 feet away from you and the device, you can feel it begin to go to slam back towards you, causing like a seismic shock in a pocket dimension, which who knows what the fuck would have happened. But luckily you twist, and as you do, you twist again, correcting the mistake you made with the initial use of the device in your haste. The time stabilizes around you, slowed down. I'm gonna say you've got about like 20 seconds here, and you're about 5.5 feet away from him.
And he
Okay,
was. Yeah, I was gonna say, is he speaking or is he like using emotion with his hands?
I need to double check greater invisibility.
I just need to know because Nalfian seriously was. I mean, sorry, Lila. He was gonna just cut off this dude's hands if that was the case.
Oh,
It's verbal and
what do
somatic.
you want to do?
So-
Felicity wants to see hands flying.
So if you cover his mouth and prevent him from speaking, he won't be able to cast. And if you were to remove one hand, both
Okay,
hands, I
both.
guess he wouldn't be able to.
No, yeah, well, that's Can I? Okay, it depends on what you want me to do. I just as quickly as I can. Nalfian's just gonna put one of his hands, literally like put his hand in his mouth and like grab
Yeah.
his bottom jaw. Not like
Whatever
ripping
you
anything. He's
want
just
to do.
sticking his hand in there, grabbing his bottom jaw, like forcing his hand in his mouth so he's like can't speak. And then with his dagger in his other hand, just kind of with the flick of his wrist, he's going to try to at least like sever one of those hands.
Okay.
That's a lot. You tell me what you want.
Do you want to do full like at the wrist, or do you just want to get like several fingers? Because he won't be able to cast it.
Fingers are fine. I'm putting my full fucking hand in his mouth. It's fine.
Okay, so yeah, you immediately now. Keep in mind, this is a lot like when like Quicksilver is like running and time slows down, but he's going so fast. That's exactly what's happening. For all of you, you see Nalfian like vanish and reappear, and as you blink and open your eyes, everything is different now. As Nalfian, as you run, like swing over the table, right? Vault over the table, grab on, sticking your hands in his jaw, pulling him back, like getting him in like this, like almost half Nelson.
Like a chokehold.
Yeah.
Just one of his hands in his mouth.
Yeah, and then whipping the dagger out, and then as he's casting the spell, you chop off the 4 fingers on his right hand, leaving only his thumb.
And
as
I
you
will
chop
gladly
those up.
drop the dagger to just put him in one of those. A freaking full Nelson at this point.
Yeah,
just like lockjaw though. The Britt Baker move where she puts her whole ass hands on him. That's what I'm
Yeah. The fingers come off. They drop down to the ground, and as time resumes, all of you see Nalfian like vanish from one spot, appear in the other, hand in the mouth, like in that full Nelson chokehold, or in that full Nelson hold. This guy's fingers fall off. And in that same instance, Blossom is going to use one of her Warlock spell slots to cast Dispel Magic.
Nice.
Which is... oh, God, what level is Pact Magic? Why is it not here? Hellish Rebuke.
Yeah, this move is so ugly.
Oh, God, why is this not... I'm so stupid. Pack Magic 5th level. Okay, there we go. The tab was just too small. So casting a 5th level Dispel Magic, as she flings the magic, that is enough to dispel it. As the magic hits, you can see Jamie's facade fade away. As instead, you see a woman with pale skin, black eyes, long black hair, which, for those of you who played in Salamander Coast when this happened, these are the women known as the Sayadun, the sort of mages of the Dark One who've given themselves all to him. And so you have her in this stranglehold now, and she's unable to cast the magic with her one hand flailing. As you see that, what do you guys do? Nalfian's holding on. What's happening?
Lila's still kind of in shock. She's gonna be like, so where's my dad? Wait. And she's trying to process everything that just happened.
She's gonna try and bite your hand, Nalfian.
She can. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna bring out my Echo to assist me in grappling her, essentially.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So with that, both of you just sort of like grab a hand and put your other hand on a shoulder blade, just like
I'm gonna
locking.
shove her down in one of these seats, as like one of us is still in front of her, and the other one's like holding her into the chair.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Okay.
I mean, Lila can cast Zone of Truth, and we can question her.
Hell yeah.
She doesn't have to answer though.
Yeah. We need something to compel her to answer. But would Jamie have something like that in his office? Kind of like how, Snape had that in Harry Potter?
Make an investigation check, actually.
While this is happening, Nalfin's gonna like look at Yorick. You want a little help over here?
Seems like you got it.
Oh, 19! I am rolling so well, besides the Divine Intervention. I'm rolling so well today!
19 total?
Yes, 19 total.
All right. Peeking around the office, you are able to find a wand sort of tucked away in a back corner that would serve as, when focusing on it for 1 minute, it's 1 day use, 1 minute forces somebody to tell the truth as they're speaking.
Oh, but does it compel them to speak?
Doesn't compel them to speak, no.
Okay.
But that does mean that you don't need to concentrate on Zone of Truth.
This is true. So she will take that. I might have... You have to attune to it, though?
Nope.
I might have to give this to someone else.
You didn't pick up, Joe.
Oh, you don't have to attune to it. I don't know why it does that. That's so strange.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's like the second time tonight where I've said a one-word response, and it was like, that you didn't say that.
No.
You're a liar.
Interesting. Okay, cool. She will explain that she's got this thing, and she can use it if they give her a second just to, like, focus on it.
Mm-hmm.
Alfian would nod.
Okay.
Well, she probably wouldn't say actually what it does, because she doesn't want bitch to know what it does so that she stops speaking. She'll just say, hey, this is something I could use, give me a second, something like that.
Okay. Alrighty. So you are able to connect with the magic, and you are able to use the wand now.
Does Dad have any of those unbreakable chains in here?
In his
What is...
office?
Yeah, I don't know what Dad gets up to. Maybe.
Not in his office, I can safely say. Yeah.
That's fair.
Oh.
So funny. Yeah, I guess Lila then, she will, after having that attuned and everything, she will just wait for her to start speaking after she asks the conversation to use the wand, or ask the question to use the wand, but she will say, where is my father?
She didn't say anything.
Yeah. I don't know how we're gonna get her to talk.
Does she seem like she reacts to pain at all, or she just kind of brushed off the fact that she lost a couple fingers?
It seems like she's bleeding, like
Yeah,
it obviously hurt her, but it doesn't seem like she's reacting to the pain.
That's not gonna help us then.
Let me see if
Someone maybe look around on his desk. Maybe there's something there.
True.
Did we tell someone? I mean, I feel like they should leave this room, right?
And it's gonna have to at some point.
Elanre probably should know. We can get word to him, maybe. Might not be a bad thing.
It makes me wonder who else. How many of the headmasters are one of these, actually? And she's not going to
Right.
tell us.
But if we don't do something or say something, they might catch on that we figured this one out. And if Elanre has some type of magic to figure it out, can't see how he wouldn't. We can get answers here first.
I can cast suggestion. Or, ooh! Okay, I'm gonna cast Gaius, or Gaius, however you say that, on her. Which is like suggestion but extreme. Place a magical command on a creature that you can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service or refrain from some action or course of activity as you decide. If the creature can understand you, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become charmed by you for the duration. The duration is 30 days.
Nice.
And it takes 5d10 psychic damage each time it acts in a manner directly counter to your instructions. But no more than once each day. That doesn't really make sense. I think that, okay.
So if it acts out, that damage only happens once every day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, she'll cast that, but I wonder, wizard, maybe the wisdom's not good for this creature, but we'll see. Oh, no, sorcerer. Haha.
Yeah.
So yeah, casting Gaius.
Okay, DC 17, right?
I think so. I think it's still a 17.
Okay. That is a failure, as you can feel the spell take hold.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, sick. She will, and I don't think it has to be one command. I think it can be, you read it and correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but I think it's because it lasts for 30 days. She's just under Lila's control.
You place a magical command on a creature that you can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service or refrain from some action or course of activity as you
Okay.
decide. So it's a command.
Okay. You will answer every question I ask of you.
Truthfully.
Well, I got the wand for that. So.
Oh, fuck yeah, you're right.
So regardless, double charm or whatever. She will say, "Where is my father?" And then wand just to make sure it's accurate.
Truth. All right. So the wand is active for a minute, even though Gaius is active for 30 days. Okay.
Cool. And is Gaius... Oh, it's not concentration. So I can use Zone of Truth too after the wand, but cool.
She says, in a multi-dimensional space,
How would we access that?
by, and you can see her kind of like trying to stifle her words. And eventually she does answer. In a chest.
Where is this chest?
In this room.
Where in this room?
The corner over there. And she nods her head to the corner of a room.
Nice.
All right. After more questions, Lila will go over there. But for now, was my father the only one that this happened to?
No.
Who else is in or been swapped out for one of you?
3 other headmasters.
Which ones?
Headmaster Miles Barnes. Headmaster Emmanuel Lane. And Headmaster Rosa Black.
What were you doing with their power? What were you doing to Hearthcrest?
Everything we could to get it what it wanted.
And if you could be more specific about what you did, that would be excellent. Thank you.
We gathered information and rare alchemical components, and we sent them away.
Where?
To a ship.
A ship going where?
To the Astral Sea.
How recently were these sent there?
Days.
What did you put on the ship?
Magical and alchemical ingredients to sell and barter for information.
Information for what?
She smiles. Information I just gained.
Who did you send that message to?
Can see she smiles and to the one looking.
She'll squint her eyes. Does that mean it?
It's the
Are
one
we being
Farron mentioned.
Hmm.
The one sent after Finch.
Hmm.
The Stone of the Deep.
Sorry, my mind went in directions. Do you know anything about Cotton Sore, the blade, the black fire?
I will say at that point, after that question, that definitely would have been a minute.
Okay, yeah.
That was being generous.
I figured. I was like, just tell me when it's over. Because then, yeah, she can then cast Zone of Truth. But then she'd have to make a save.
Okay.
Did you have to do a save for the wand?
No.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
What
DC
type of save?
17. Charisma. Will. She might win that one.
Yeah, that's a success.
Yeah. That's okay. Well, guys, I can't get her to speak truthfully anymore, but is there anything else we want to ask her? Because she will answer.
None are coming to my mind.
No, I think you got all the good ones.
Minus the sword. Still want to know about that.
Yeah, I guess.
But you could ask her and see what she says.
Yeah. What do you? Yeah, she'll ask that question again just to see what she says.
Mm-hmm. What is the sword?
Yeah, Cotton Sword. Or what do you know about it? If anything.
Sword. I know nothing about Cotton Sore. Nothing at all.
She'll roll her eyes. Yeah. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of that now. I don't think I have anything else.
I don't either.
Is this a creature that we would need to use Balefire on, Joe?
To permanently sever the connection, yeah. This is a dark friend that is bordering on the realm of Shadow Spawn, where they have committed so much of themselves and their life to the Dark One that it is it's one of those situations where this is somebody who most people would consider too far gone.
Okay. And Lila would just say, I don't have anything else. They seem too dangerous to have around.
Do we want to make sure we can get your father and the others out first?
She'll go and look for the box.
Yeah. It is locked right now, but you're able to, there's a key within the desk that you're able to find and unlock it. And as you fling it open, you can see that there is about a 15-foot drop. And there are runes all inscribed on this magical interdimensional space, suppressing magic. As you can see, a man down at the bottom, tattered robes of purple and gold, look up at the light. Please, someone help. Please.
It's all right, Dad. I'm here. I'm helping.
Lila.
Is it like she can reach her hand? Is it like funky magic where it's like he's shrunk but I can pull him out? Or is it like I would need something magical in order to get him out?
Like Mad Eye Moody, right?
Yeah, you just you'd need a rope.
Okay, so it's like pull him out. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, Lila's gonna start working on that. She's got nothing else to do with the dark friend.
Can't Blossom do Balefire? Or am I
She
wrong?
can, yeah.
Oh,
She
never mind.
only has one spell slot left, so, but, you guys
Perfect.
probably take a short rest before you get into anything else.
Yeah.
Then I won't make losers roll. Yeah, then
Okay.
Nelphine would look at Blossom.
I got it. And you can see as she goes to cast the spell, as she begins to cast it, the Sayadun says, "Before you kill me, is there anything you'd like me to tell him for you?"
I got nothing to say to him.
I'm not gonna say what I have out loud. And Nelphine's gonna wink at her.
Very well. And she'll kind of tilt her chin back, and just as it happens, you can see Blossom discharges this like hot rod of white iron from the palm of her hand. This magic shoots out, embeds into the woman's chest. She just begins to burn away from the inside out. This sort of combination of burning and unraveling. As she just singes, you can see Blossom kind of grabs her hand. Ow! Oh, shit! Oh, that hurt. Blossom takes 10 points of radiant damage. Ouch. But you can see the Dark Friend has been dealt with. As easy enough, you are able to go over using rope and maybe somebody else to help him grab onto the rope and help him up. For those of you that, if anybody does go down there that has the use of magic, you can tell all magic is suppressed in that area. So even with something like Lay on Hands or Divine Smite for Yorick, it's something you can't use within that chest. As he's brought back up, you can see as you guys bring him back up, he sort of sits on the ground, holding himself. He looks very gaunt, starved, dirty, as he just sort of folds his arms and crosses them as he's leaning up against the chest.
Dad, oh my God, how long have you been down there?
It would have been shortly after you left. After Finch left. I got a message from him. Said he looked forward to having my position when he returned, and I was so confused. There were these individuals that appeared in my office. They threw me in here. They suppressed my magic. They used me. They told me that if I didn't tell them everything they wanted to hear, that they'd hurt Belle, or they'd hurt you, or they'd hurt your mother.
Lila's just gotta start to well up with tears and then hug him tightly as she cries.
Return the hug. I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you don't have anything to apologize for. As he'll kind of pull back from the hug, as you can see, he just kind of looks at you, and he says, "You have nothing to be sorry for. I've made so many mistakes in my life. And I'm sorry I wasn't a better father to you. You are obviously so bright and good at what you do that you saved me. I thought I could do everything myself. I thought I had to protect you, your sister, your mother. I thought I had to do everything. I never stopped. I never stopped to realize how far you'd come. And I'm sorry for that. As he kind of goes to grab at his shoulder, as he's been kind of like folded up a bit from the small confined space he was in.
Dad, it's okay. I'm just really glad that you're okay and that I'm hearing these words, because I really wasn't sure for a while that you would mean them. I just need to know, so you never had a conversation with Belle after I left? And Mom? That wasn't you?
No, I had one conversation with Belle. Maybe the night you left. I went home and she was there, and without you in the house, it felt more empty. And I just tried to talk to her. And I told her I'd like to get lunch with her sometime next week, in between classes.
Can I read his mind?
I don't think you can. How many uses of Channel Divinity do you have?
Oh, I think I have it twice. Did I use it a second time?
Oh, you have it twice? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so wisdom saving throw?
Yeah, 17.
That's cocked. Yeah, it's a fail. Genuine sadness and turmoil. The sort of surface level thoughts is he, in his mind, is now realizing that he made that plan, and then the next day is that next night was when he was put in here. So that must mean that he missed it.
Oh, okay.
And then you can kind of put together with that woman who was pretending to be your father in the conversation him and Belle might have had. And she's had a month to stew on that negative energy and on that negativity.
Dad, whoever that was said some very terrible things to Belle, and she thinks it's you. We need to fix this.
You're right. We need to. And well,
But you need to get better first.
Before you do anything, please get Elonre.
Okay. She first will pump some. I think I have cure wounds prepared. I normally do. Cure wounds. Yeah, I do. She'll do cure wounds at 4th level, just to get some.
Yeah, of course.
Get them up.
It helps. It helps
it's
stabilize
hunger, but
the cure wounds does help, though. A lot of the aching, bruises, and small cuts, they do begin to fade. As he's able to stand now. He's still tired, he's still exhausted, but he can stand and he can walk now. He's able to move up and over to a chair, and probably with your help, Lila is able to sit down.
Yeah, give Lila this moment. Hearing Yorick, like, Nalfian would absolutely volunteer with Yorick to kind of go and, like, figure out the other three. Like, you know, after contacting Elonre, maybe he can give us some people who he trusts to go take care of that.
Mm-hmm.
That way they, my dude over here can rest.
Yeah. So he points you in the direction of a sending scroll, Lila, that you can use to contact Elanre. And almost immediately, within maybe minutes after using the sending, Elanre shows up and says, "And Master Tatiana, my goodness, look at you." And he'll kind of kneel down next to the chair, and your father will just say, Don't worry about me. Just from what they've said, they need your help. There's others like me, at least what happened to me. You said 3 others?
Yes, Miles Barnes, Emmanuel Lane, and Rosa Black.
And Elanre will kind of stand and look at you and will say, "And you're confident that these are this?"
She was compelled to speak and speak truthfully.
Speak truthfully. All right. It makes me worried as to how many people we can trust within the college. I know that I can trust all of you. Lila, you're all right to stay with your father. But the rest of you, if you'd be willing to come with me, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go.
Blossom will nod too. Twig, are you going with them or staying with Lila and...
No, I'll give Lila and her dad a bit of a moment. So yeah, she'll go off with the others.
Okay. Alrighty. So Elanre and all of the rest of you do go. And Elanre, as you're walking out of the office into the other area where the headmasters are, it's really easy to get to the other 3 because they're right here. But he will say, "Let me lead the discussion, and then I'll give you a signal." And you can see he kind of, he'll turn around and he'll scratch his neck a little bit, and you can see on the back of his tunic, there's this very dull emanation of color as a signal for all of you to pounce when that happens.
We can assume he has balefire, right?
Yes.
Elanre? Maybe.
Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna assume.
He
gave
gave the
Lila.
scroll to Yorick, and he was
Yeah.
going to
Yeah.
teach Lila how to do it. So yes, he can cast it.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Most of that happened in the York's 0.5, so...
Well, I watched that, but apparently I remember it.
It was a
Sorry.
while. No, it was a
The
while
news
ago. It was a
trash.
while ago. That's what I'm saying. It was a while ago. So you're able to go from room to room, following Elanre's steps with the 3 other headmasters, and a similar thing happens with each one. There is immediate defensiveness seeing these people enter his room with Elanre. There's a little bit of discourse. But after the quick action of all of you and with Professor Elanre, balefire is dealt, killing each one of these dark friends, of course revealing themselves as Sayadun, with, 2 martial fighters, a warlock, Blossom. With all of you, it's fairly easy to kill somebody with 55 hit points. It is
Now, I apologize because I feel like I'm the only one who's not familiar with what a Sayadun is.
Sorry, it is. This was something that was brought up in Salamander Coast, and Isles hasn't experienced these people yet. They're pretty much spellcasters that are connected to the Dark One in a very, very strong way. Okay. So, somebody
I figured. You were saying it, and everyone else was like, "Yeah," and I was like,
Sorry, I'm sorry. But
like
yeah,
baby Malice vibes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, very manipulative, very very powerful mages, but only because of they're sorcerers. Only powerful because of the magic given to them by the Dark One.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I should have been more clear. So you're able to go through, you're able to eliminate those individuals with the help of Professor Elanre, and you're able to see just how powerful of a spellcaster he is. Casting Balefire each time, and cutting off those other Sayadun, or those other spellcasters of the Dark One from the weave. And same thing. You're able to find the chests, and you're able to find the keys that lock these individuals away and help them out of those chests, and help them back on their feet. Alon Ray does do most of the talking in these situations, considering the headmasters they know him. They don't really know any of you. But every single one of those headmasters, they do express their thanks. A lot of reverence to you saving them, because they didn't know when that was going to happen. Some of them have been locked away for over a year now, while others 6 months, 3 months. And it seems as though Jamie was the one who was locked up most recently. So you save them, and while they're doing that, Lila, is there anything you wanted to discuss with your father in the meantime?
I think she would just kind of she would ring for food, so that food would be brought to them. But I think she would just kind of talk about what's been going on, trying to fill him in with what they know, kind of like the same approach, but definitely more gentle than kind of like cold, where she's like giving the facts and it's like, this is what we're trying to do here. We will need your help because we can't get into the places that we need to go. We just need basically all access, and focusing on that, because I feel like the Bell conversation is just a little bit more like hard to deal with right now. So it's definitely more of a healing, let's get like, this is what we're doing kind of talk.
Okay. Yeah, of course. So you begin to inform him on those things, and he says, of course, I would be more than happy to help you with those things. Access into the vault should be relatively easy to achieve, and of course into the restricted section to deal with the mess with Serlina, that is quite all right. I'll call an emergency meeting with the headmasters as soon as I'm approachable to discuss the renaming of that particular house. In terms of a reasoning why, I don't know if I want to cause mass hysteria, but might be time to light a fire under the people who don't think that this is happening.
Because it is, and it's scary, and it's terrible. The things I have seen this past month, Dad, no amount of schooling can prepare anyone for that. I'm just so thankful I'm traveling with the people I am, because they really know what they're doing.
And it helps there are 4 of us who've experienced that firsthand.
I mean, if you need us to go in and attest as well, I'm sure everyone I'm traveling with would be willing to do that. People need to know this is bad, and the fact that all this knowledge, the power of Hearthcrest, has been used against humanity is really bad.
You're right. People need to know. As soon as I can, I'll call an emergency meeting with the other headmasters. And if all of you could be there to attest to what you've seen, what you've done, it might sway those who are more skeptical. Even skeptical that what happened to us happened.
At the very least, I know I'm willing, but I think everyone will be. And then she'll kind of lead into the whole, Belle doesn't seem okay, we need to handle that kind of thing, because she's not the same Belle she was when Lila left.
Yeah. And you can see him kind of deflate a little bit. Something needs to be done, that's for sure. I'm afraid, though, that, at least immediately, I don't know if she'd believe you if you told what happened to me. Considering what you've been saying, she might be more inclined to believe that I'm using mind control on you to say that than that I'm being honest. Go to get food with her tonight. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I need to I need to talk with your mother anyway. She deserves to know.
She's worried about you a lot.
I'm sure.
And Belle, of course, but yeah. And then she'll give him a kiss on the forehead, making sure that he's set to go, but he probably wants some alone time to decompress too.
Yeah, of course.
And then she'll meet up with everybody unless it's time to go see Belle, but yeah.
Yeah. I'd say as you finish that conversation, debriefing everybody, as you exit from the headmaster's quarter, you can see the rest of the party and Elanre exit from Rosa Black's chamber, as that was the third and final other sorcerer they had to deal with. So as all of you exit, you reconvene. You probably still have a little bit of time, Lila, before it's like too late to get food, maybe 2 hours.
Okay.
So as all of you reconvene, what do you want to do? Well, I guess, actually, sorry. Elanre, since he's still there, seeing all of you reconvene, would say, thank you all for what you've done. I know that regardless, you would have done it, but I want you to know that the college, myself, and all of the headmasters will be incredibly thankful for what you've done. I was able to find out a little bit more into the Saralina situation. I'm still trying to find the end of it, where the rabbit hole leads, but hopefully by tomorrow morning I should have everything, and if not, definitely by Tuesday.
If anything else develops with the blade situation before we can get down there, keep us updated.
Of course. You'll be the first I send a message to. I'll make sure to do most of my research in the library to keep a close eye on it.
Thank you for everything.
Of course. This is a good sign. It's a good start.
Right.
Well, I'm going to go back to the research, and as I said, if anything else develops, I'll be sure to let you know, all right?
And we'll let you know whatever we learn too.
He'll nod. And with that, he'll turn and exit to head back to the library to continue with his research. All of you are now back within the College of Hearthcrest.
Yeah, she'll explain to everybody that her dad will be getting them the special access to the restricted area and the vault. So if we don't have that now, I guess that, yeah. And then, next thing. And he's gonna call an emergency meeting with everyone of the headmasters and explain what's happening to the fullest. And he thinks we both think it might be a good idea if we are also there to attest to the truth of these events. Because I don't know about you guys, and I know we've been keeping it hush-hush, but I almost feel like it's time for the world to know. We can't eventually everyone's got to know. And the Children of the Flame have been talking about it ever since they've been established. So it's not like this is completely out there information. I mean, it is, but we know that it's real, and we need to get everyone to understand how big it is.
I think the more people that know, the more cautious people are going to be. I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, these people look at what they did. How, no offense, I'm sure it wasn't easy, but how easy it is that they're able to infiltrate places like this. It's even easier for them to walk into some tavern, someone's farm. I think it is important that people know what's going on.
And I think people are noticing that things are wrong, but no one has an explanation. Like, take Wheat Hill and even the city before that we went to. Everyone knows there's something going on, but no one knows what exactly.
You okay, Lila?
Yeah.
Are you?
And she knows, like, she and Alfian talked about, like, talking about her feelings and things. No, I am not okay. I don't know what's going on with my sister. She feels like a different person suddenly. My dad's been away, and now my family's falling apart. And not even my mom can figure out why. My home and everything I've ever known has been corrupted and twisted. And I'm really glad we're on the verge of fixing it, but it doesn't make me feel better. I am not doing okay. And then she'll smile.
Nalfin will nod.
Yeah, I had a feeling you weren't.
What can we do?
You guys have been the best thing for me in this time. I don't think you really understand that. You're the only stability that I have right now, besides Corellian. And Corellian's wonderful, but sometimes you need someone who's physically there. Not sometimes. You need often to have people with you. I don't feel alone. And I feel like I have people to lean on. My problem is I need to lean on them. So thank you guys.
What we're here for.
The funny thing is, I was so nervous to talk to my dad, and somehow that was in a way, one of the better outcomes. Not the one that I thought was going to happen at all, but the fact that my dad is actually understands what went wrong. That's really good. But now, I'm nervous to talk to Belle. Because she was mean earlier.
Well,
That's not like her.
maybe if you can get her to understand the situation, it's not like you're lying to her.
Yeah.
Anger is a strong emotion to dissolve. I'm sure you know it's not going to be easy, whatever path this takes.
Could just need time.
Yeah.
But making sure you arrive to your dinner is the good first step.
Right. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. We're figuring it out. Problems are being solved. And we have 2 exciting tournaments very soon. Lots of good stuff in the works.
Nalfin's gonna give Lila a hug.
She will cry. As soon as he hugs her, she's just crying.
Oh.
You did a great job today.
Okay.
You did. I promise.
Okay. I believe you.
Nalfin's like looking at Yorick.
What?
You know? Nothing.
Why are you looking at me like I'm in trouble? I'm just standing here. What did I do?
No, that's just really funny.
Nothing. Nalfin's just
What?
laughing. And then we'll look at Lila.
Yo, Mr. Twig, did I miss something? Did I zone out? You have to tell me if I zoned out.
Lila, enjoy your time with your sister.
Yes. Yep. Sister time, as she wipes away her tears. Time to get dinner. Let's go to dinner. Whew. All right. What are you guys doing?
For her. So cute.
Well, I mean, we can handle this whole meeting with the other people with your dad if you want to be with your sister.
I don't think that's happening right now. My dad's still broken.
Jesus Christ.
Well, damn. All right.
I don't know. I know, Twig, you are really good at looking through archives. I don't know if you guys want to get a head start. I know Elon Ray's already looking at things, but maybe a head start in the library. And even just things that we didn't list to him that maybe we want to know. The library is full of knowledge, and even if you want to get in the restricted section, you just gotta go. My dad will give you a little stamp seal thing, and it'll be fine.
There was something I wanted to look into, so maybe we'll hang around a bit and get some kingdoms and castles practicing. What do you think, Twig?
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yes, Twig. Does that sound good to you?
And you're right. What do you both think?
I mean, hey, listen, I'll be honest. I got myself a deck. Nobody saw it. I snuck it while we were in the card shop. And I've been looking over the cards, and honestly, Twig, I think I could probably take you.
I highly doubt that, but we can always try.
Alfie looks at Twig, impressed. There we go. See that? That is gonna win this. Right there. That is confidence.
You know, girl, I'm not gonna lie. When it really matters, you've got confidence. That's for sure.
Well, I mean...
No. Don't back up. Don't back up on that.
No, stand strong. Stand strong. Come on.
Stand by your words.
Yeah,
So,
because
looking forward to this meeting. I think Twig's going to do a great job representing House Forrester and saying how the Dark One's around and convincing all these people. I'm really excited to see that.
Are you saying that in character?
Yes.
Ah.
Twig is disassociating.
No! He's doing so good. Alright. Let's go to the library. This whole place is a library. I've never seen so many books in my life.
to the library. Okay. You can too.
Nice.
We found a letter.
That's not the jingle, but I'll give it to
We
you.
found an ancient tome of evil.
Woo!
Okay.
Time to check the mailbox.
We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from.
All
And now I
right.
can't read Belle's mind because I'm actually out of uses for that, so that's fine.
Oof. All right. So, with that, the party diverges. Two paths down the field of destiny. I don't know. Okay. So, the two of you diverge. The majority of the group heading towards the library, and almost said Bianca. Ooh.
Who am I?
Belial,
Ew.
Bilal, Lila, you head off. Lianka, that's the other one. That's funny. Lila, you head off to go to the dormitories to find Belle and head off, hopefully, onto a bit more of a lighthearted dinner outside of the tension of the rest of what today has been. So, approaching about 6:30, 7 o'clock, right towards the end when you could conceivably go out and start having dinner, especially in the the College of Hearthcrest. The rest of the party heads off one way, and Lila will go ahead and follow you, starting off. Now, real quick, just for everybody that's here, are we okay? And I know what Gemma's going to say, so, but are we okay with going a little bit over?
Yes.
Yes. I will say I have to pee, so unless it's really important that...
Let's do the library stuff first, then.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Gemma, I didn't mean to assume. I just know that you're always. Oh, sorry, Ryan.
Oh
you're gonna say something.
no, it's fine. It's fine. I totally didn't have plans.
Oh wait, do
but,
you
know,
have plans?
I
Yeah,
don't. I don't. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
Oh.
I was gonna say I
No.
also have to pee, but I'll stick it out.
Gemma?
I'm sorry. I'm being a little shit.
Do you
I'm so-
actually have plans? I don't
No.
understand. Okay.
I don't I don't.
Okay.
God, this really took a downward turn, didn't it?
Yeah, I really.
I should never speak. I'm so fucking sorry.
Eloquence bar.
Hey man, not right now.
There are two things Alfie wants to do here, I will say, but
Okay.
people can go first.
The only reason I ask if we can go a little bit over is just that way when we start next week, we can start with the tourney.
Yeah.
So that way we can start on an up note. Yay.
Yeah.
This wasn't an up note?
Yeah.
You know.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. So the three of you plus Blossom head to the library for your rest of your time within the college today. As the four of you are walking that way to the library, is there anything the four of you wish to talk about as you're heading that way, or are you just kind of taking the view? Which, by the way, I will say, the Bright Walkers, as they're flying, as the sun begins to set, you can see the colors that they trail behind them change to these like deep navy blues, these bright golds, and these like deep purples to better reflect against the sunset, and then eventually transitioning into the night sky, where as the sun finishes setting, all of the strands they leave behind shift to silver and gold to reflect against the darkness of the sky.
Pretty.
Very pretty. So, but as you're walking, anything you guys want to talk about?
Staring at these birds because fucking love it.
Birds.
Birds.
As we're walking, Nelfin will just say, he's talking to Twig, but everyone else can feel free to jump in on this little experiment he's about to do. He just says, alright, so I've started my training for the other tournament. I was thinking, Twig, I could help you train for talking to the other ladies, right? I have a little bit of acting experience. I mean, you know. So, I was thinking, he kind of looks to York and Blossom, maybe all of us, we could all pretend to be a different lady from a different house, and we can practice asking Twig questions that she might get. So that way, come Friday, you'll understand, or you'll have some type of practice responding to said questions. What do you think?
Okay.
All right.
Oh boy.
All right. I'll go with an easy one. I mean, these are questions I don't know. I don't know many ladies in my life that are like, you know, real ladies. So these are just questions I think. That sounded weird, didn't it? These are just questions that I think they would
Nalfian.
ask.
So now
Is-
coming out.
Is Nalfian
Oh my God,
maidenless?
He meant my nobility,
No,
ladies.
I know.
No bitches.
Mean.
No.
His own bitch died. How do you all feel?
Oh my god.
How do
That's
you
like
feel?
that's the equivalent of when somebody makes a your mom joke and you're like, my mom's dead.
Yeah, how's it feel? Does it feel
Not
does
good.
it?
Not
Yeah.
good, okay? All right.
Yeah, that's
Nalfian
right.
gets tons of bitches. There you go.
That's
Is that what you
right.
wanted to hear?
No.
All those.
He has a very specific way of love. Okay. Anyway.
Lamau.
Okay, so now Fionn's gonna. I have a list of questions I made actually. I wanted to see which one I wanted to ask.
Sweating.
Okay. Alfred's gonna approach Twig, and he's gonna do a little curtsy. My lady. What
Oh.
do you want the people to think when they hear House Forrester?
Is immediately just like me. Just blank face, mouth kind of agape as she's gonna start saying something, but then just no words. I want them to think about good things, I guess, about the way that things came back and were able to be healed. And I suppose just that.
So the regrowth and rebuilding of your people.
Yes.
Yes. That is a great answer. High five. I mean...
Weak sauce high five.
Yeah! Alright. Pretty great. What do we think?
Blossom,
What's that, Blossom?
Blossom was just leaning over to York and be like, that was a weak-ass high five.
Yeah.
And as you turn and she's mid-sentence, she goes, that was a great answer, Twig. I'd love that.
Alright. Great. Next question. Delphin's gonna walk away.
Is it you or me? As he just glances over to Blossom.
I'll go first. I'll go second, I guess. And she'll walk up to Twig, and she'll kind of do a little bit of a curtsy, like, "My Lady Forrester, it is a great honor to meet you. I've heard much about your house and the trials and tribulations you've gone through."
Right. Yes. It's a pleasure to meet you too.
Well, thank you very much. I have to say, of course, I am from a house of no small renown. Have you heard of House Le Plume at all?
I mean, have I?
Aside from it being Blossom's last name, you don't really know anything about it.
Okay, but it's not an actual house or anything, is it?
No.
Okay. Oh, well, not as of yet. Although I imagine you'd be able to tell me a thing or two.
Well, of course I'd be able to tell you a thing or two, and I would love to tell you a thing or two. Do you have some time to hear about my family's great history?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. And she's gonna go to start talking and then cut herself off as Nalfian goes, yes.
That's right. Blossom, see, these people, these fancy people, they love to talk about themselves. That's great, Twig.
Exactly.
You complimented her, you sounded interested, and you begged her for more. That was great.
Very good job,
Blossom?
Twig. And with the high five this time, look at my elbow and I'll look at yours, and that's how you get a really good one, all right? Ready?
He misses.
Whoosh. Okay, next time, all right? We got it. And she'll kind of grab your wrist and hit her hand. We're good. All right.
York, get in there.
Ladies high five over here? That's interesting.
Shit.
No!
Pardon me, miss. Lady walking by.
Oh,
You're actually asking.
Like a there's like a you can see this like a female half-orc student who's got these like messy bangs like off to the side, and she's like holding like 4 books. She kind of like stops her and she goes, "Huh?
Sorry
yeah.
to bother you.
No,
I
you're
can see
fine.
You're rather busy.
No, that's okay. That's okay. What can I help you with?"
Say I was a lady and I was going to go to a formal event. How do I greet another lady? Do I high five?
Please don't take this.
Other than curtsying.
Please don't take this offensively at all. But when you say a lady, do you mean just as a woman or
sorry, like
as
nobility.
Nobility. No, okay.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. So nobility. How do you greet another?
Well, if you departing, greeting, you enjoy something they've said, as if I was to high five you, like yes. Great.
Yeah, I think that standard courtesy would be good. The little bit of studying I've done about certain cultures is true. books can be outdated, so hopefully the things still say the same. I see that sometimes it really just seems to be that the best way to do it is to make sure to include something about how you might be excited to see them again, or you'll be in contact with them, or perhaps that you'll send an emissary or a missive to their home in an effort to continue to grow the relationship between the two houses. Or just a goodbye, I think, is good. With a curtsy, maybe?
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Have a great day.
You're welcome.
And he just gives her a smile and a nod. That's all he needed. All right. You guys get all that?
Yeah, more or less.
All right. York, your question.
All right, cool. I have a potentially multi-part question.
You love him.
Big
Alright,
space
so-
girls.
I'll also approve a multi-step question.
All right, sick. All right, so House Forest Lands have been in turmoil for some time, so I trust you have some plan in order to reclaim that and get it to what it once was.
Well, yes. There's to be, there's to be a,
It is just a tournament, right?
Yeah, it's a tournament and a ceremony sort of
Yeah, okay.
combined. And I will say that as you're speaking, you can see Blossom. She kind of like straightens her spine, like a little bit. Like breathes in. You're seeing her trying to give you like physical cues to like.
Yeah.
Quick will do that, but do it in like the most overemphasized way, where it's going through the motions, not the actual purpose.
well, there's to be a tournament and ceremony.
Blossom is
happening
looking
in-
at you, Nalfian, like, I don't know what I did, but I regret it.
Nalfian is going to, while Twig is talking, motion to do the exact opposite that Lila is doing, but just to like ease up a little bit. Just
Blossom.
relax your shoulder. Yeah, I'm sorry, Blossom. To like,
Will be kind of like oscillating between them, and then like, eventually come to a middle ground.
Okay, all right.
The funny thing is, York has his helmet on, so he sees what you two are doing. He's not acknowledging it. He's just staring at Twig, but he fucking knows what you two are doing.
Well, yes, there's to be a tournament and ceremony happening for the Green Lady's blessing. And, well, my most good knight here is going to be vying for her favor and hopefully attaining it. And so with her help, as well as with some others that have been, I suppose, building up forces for House Forrester, hopefully then we'll be able to fix the corruption that's happened there.
Oh, I see. No, that makes sense. What will you do if he doesn't win?
Nalfian looks at York.
Twig just like looks back to Nalfian like,
Nalfian will wink at Twig like, yeah, you gotta answer it.
Well, I don't. It seems likely that he will, given everything he's done, and, well, from what we've heard from
other sources, not wanting to talk about the whole Dowie King situation. Well, not Dowie King, but Marco King situation.
So I don't think it would be a problem.
So are you saying you have no plan if he doesn't win?
Well, I mean, I guess new plans can always be made, but no.
All right.
Was that wrong?
No.
Should we have something else?
You can always have a backup plan. But like you said, Plans can always be changed and made. It's important to be flexible and willing to adapt. We don't have all the information yet. It wasn't a wrong answer. It was just an uncertain answer because we don't know. However, I am gonna win. But if you are to get that question, maybe that's something we should think about. So,
I mean, so
if I go ahead.
so what does happen then? I know that. Well, Lady Hornwood said that she'd be happy to help out, and well, it seems that Elwyn also would, but
And Isabella also has forces. We have friends in very high places now, Twig. Whether you know it or not, House Forrester has made some very powerful allies already. So, if for some reason I fail you, I don't plan to. But if something does go wrong, House Forrester has very powerful allies. And with those allies, I think it's safe to say you could still take back your home. Without me. Look at who you have. It kind of gives her a reassuring smile.
Give a nervous chuckle back.
But good thing I'm not gonna lose.
right. Although Pride chapter again.
Good thing I am going to give it my valiant effort for my lady.
Ooh, whose knight is that? Mm.
Uh-huh.
Well, he's a knight of House Forrester. I thought we knew this.
Alright.
Oh, I had forgotten.
See? That was a great question. I have another one.
Right.
Lady Forrester,
Yes.
when things are restored, whether that be through winning the favor of the Green Lady or through your very powerful allies that you have acquiesced, winks at York because he used the word acquiesced, he's feeling proud about that. What will be the first decree you enact as lady of this powerful new house? Well, restored house.
Well, I don't know as of yet. I feel like that will depend on the state of things, even after the corruption.
Alright, fair enough. Is there any change you'd like to see? Not just within House Forrester, but within Iverion.
Well, I suppose once the corruption of the Forrester lands is cleansed, then redirecting those resources to other places that need help.
So you believe in helping other houses and other people?
Well, of course, right?
Alfian shrugs. I think it's right. But there's a lot of houses out here who probably would rather do for themselves before they do for others. I think it's good that House Forrester wants to help other people. Looks to Blossom.
And Blossom will step forward and she'll say, Lady Forrester, if you don't mind me asking a question.
This whole night isn't just gonna be people asking me questions, right?
It might be.
You're probably going to be the talk of the town, girlo.
Oh. Should I have questions to ask back? That feels impolite.
I think you're right. Why don't you ask us some questions?
Oh, wait, no, that wasn't,
Well, I mean, it is a good idea to have questions to ask back.
right. What do I even ask back, though?
Think about
Huh?
it. Just think about it.
These things are ways to get to know people, to build relationships, to build more allies, I suppose. Maybe make a friend? Never,
I guess that makes sense.
you never know. You might ask a question and gives you an answer to something you've been trying to figure out for yourself. Give you some advice on how to run things as a lady of a house. All right. I think we've got a good start, right?
I feel like that was a really bad start.
Well, we all gotta start somewhere. It comes with practice. Not everybody is super skilled at talking to other people, and that's alright. You get better at it every time you do it. I think York gave some of the best advice today. Just stop and think before you answer the question. You're gonna do great.
I mean, I hope you do as well. It is your tournament, after all.
Well, I'm doing it for you. I'm excited. We'll do great together for House Forrester. How about that?
Right.
Right. I mean, how can I lose when I have the best squire anyone could ever ask for? Haha. Ah. He's smiling when he says that, but...
There's pain in the eyes. All right.
Danny is good, though.
Yeah. He's good. By the end of this week, he's gonna be even better.
Danny's
Don't
got a
worry.
nose for food too. He and I were talking about it for hours earlier today. It was fantastic. He's a real appreciation for some fine stuff.
Yeah, what's his favorite?
You know, he listed off like 20 different things, so I'm not really sure he has one.
Well, his favorite is the seafood from where Redimni's from.
See, he mentioned that, but then he was like, well, there was also this, and then there was this, and there was this, you know, and he just kept going, and he kept going, and he kept going, and it was like an hour later, he was still talking about it. I didn't mind, like, you know, these are all things I want to try, but...
When someone drops a sandwich in the jousting field, we're gonna be alright.
All right. So, with that, all of you make your way from the small terrace where you had momentarily stopped to have this brief conversation and moment, and then enter into the library to do your research. So, with that, as all of you enter in the library, we'll go ahead and cut back to Lila for her conversation with Belle. So, Lila, you make your way through the different spiraling halls until eventually you arrive in the dormitory of the College of Hearthcrest. As you make your way throughout the rooms and the halls, these are definitely nicer than most standard college dormitories. I want to be very clear. There are two separate areas for housing. There are those that come to just the college, but then there are also those who are sent to the boarding school. Each portion of these are divided up by the house that someone is a part of when they are here for the school. And what was the house that you and Belle were both a part of?
We were the flump one. Let me look. I have it pulled up. Kaylin, which I don't know who that person is. You said that it was a surprise or something like that. House Kaylin.
It's Kaylin.
Or Callan.
Okay. Yes. All right. So you head off in that general direction, getting ready to talk to Belle. So you make your way in that general direction until eventually you do arrive in the dormitory that you know belongs to your sister. As you knock on the door, these are normal rooms, by the way. As you knock on the door, you can hear her say, 1 second. Until eventually coming to the door, you see her open it, and she smiles seeing you and says, "Oh, I thought you forgot. I'm happy you remembered."
What? Why would I forget? Have I ever forgotten a dinner with you?
No. But
Then why would you think I'd forget?
I don't know. I'm glad you're here though.
Well, do you want to go out? I think the terrace is still open for another 2 hours, and I do love the view. Or would you like to stay in? Because we can just have them drop it off. What would you like?
No, we can go somewhere.
All right. You feel on the terrace then?
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect. I imagine the terrace is like a balcony, kind of like on the mountainside, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And on the way there, I think she would just like do like some idle chit chat, nothing serious. Just kind of like how class has been, you know, things like that. Little light stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in discussing that with her, you do get little bits of information here and there. She does admit to you that she was struggling for a bit, but has gotten better recently. And that she's happy that she's been getting better, at least in terms of her schoolwork.
Okay, cool. And I imagine, like, at the terrace, since it's, like, the Hearthcrest area, like, you kind of get a little bit more of, like, privacy. It's not so, like, you know, at a regular restaurant where you're, like, like, up on somebody else and, like, everyone can, like, hear your conversations, right?
Yeah, no, this is very spread out and much, much more peaceful, especially this later in the evening.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and then when they sit down for dinner, she'll kind of, like, look at the amulet on Belle's hand. That's really beautiful. I don't remember you having that before I left, right? You got that kind of sometime after?
Yeah. And she'll kind of take it off her hand and wear it around her neck. Yeah, I don't know. I was just going through the storage where they have the different arcane focuses, and I tried a wand, I tried a quarterstaff, crystal ball, diamond, and I don't know. I just really like the amulet. It just helped everything flow a little better, you know?
I mean, that's fair. I have a wand, but honestly, my amulets just much better. Probably because mine's divine, though. The wand is a little bit better for you arcane users. I didn't quite completely. It's fun for little things, but like, nah, it just doesn't do enough.
Yeah.
I did talk with Dad. We don't have to talk about that right now in this very second, but I do want to talk about it sometime tonight.
Okay. And we can talk about it now.
Okay. I understand why you're upset. And I honestly was the same amount of upset that you were. I mean, at least I think we both have plenty of reason to be upset. However, I know this is a lot. That person you talked to for like the past month, granted you probably haven't talked to him much, wasn't Dad. And I'm not saying that changes absolutely everything that you're feeling right now, because Dad was Dad for the entirety of our lives up until that point. But that conversation you had with Dad, at least if I'm putting the puzzle pieces together correctly, from what I heard from Mom and kind of you and Dad, we just, because I went to confront him about a lot of things, and that was not Dad. It was, well, actually, I should have started, and then she'll go all the way back to like Cassius, then the 13, then the Dark One, leading all the way up, just to like, because like we know the story, but I don't think we filled Belle in.
Yeah.
And Lila will say, so that's what I've been dealing with. On top of hearing about then when I got here, about what happened to our family, and I was so, and I'm not saying the anger is completely gone, because it was so easy for everything to be set up to have that be utilized against us, but that wasn't Dad. And I think he understands, at least I hope he understands, that he's made mistakes. I don't know, seeing him completely helpless and stuck was kind of weird. He's, who he is. He's powerful, not just by name, but also in practice. And just to see him defeated, basically. And it sucks that he had to figure all this out after being defeated. But I just want you to have the whole story. I know I don't have all of your story and all of Mom's story of that month, but I think it's important to try and put those pieces together to fix this. Yeah. And how is she looking after all of that?
I maybe defeated, maybe even like deflated, or even disassociating to a degree. She's listening. Yeah, I think that's best. Do we need to eat?
We don't have to.
Okay, because I'm feeling kind of sick and I kind of just want to go back home.
What? I haven't seen you. We don't have to eat, but I haven't seen you. What's feeling wrong?
I mean, you say all these things that you've been doing for the past month, and you've been gone. And you're here for, what, a day, 2 days, a week, maybe? And then you're just going to leave again?
Do you not want me to?
I don't know. I don't know what I want. I don't know. I just don't want to feel so alone.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's been incredibly isolating. Our family's hard to deal with even when we were together. And I didn't really have to do it by myself. And I'm really, really sorry that you are. I know there's a lot of pressure and expectations, and everything is just it. It's not that I want to go. Definitely. Yeah, when I left for the dissertation, I wanted to go. I'd never done anything like that before. And we'd never been apart very long at all. I didn't really, think about it. And I wanted you to come. It's fucking Professor Finch who got in the way of that. I think we could have smoothed it over with Dad eventually, but there was way more planning in the works for him. It's okay that you don't know what you want. It's also, in a weird way, it is okay to feel lonely once in a while. You don't have to feel lonely all the time. And is there anything I can do to help with that? I think it's incredibly dangerous for you to come with me, but look, school doesn't have to be for everybody. And I know that's like the Tatiana thing, to be overachievers. But who fucking cares? If you're not happy, let's change something, okay? Even if you don't want to come with me, is there something you want to do? Because at the end of the day, it's your life. And something about me being gone and almost dying and seeing people die and figuring out what to do regarding those things. Life is important because you need to live it for yourself, because you don't know when it's over. And I'm not saying I think you're going to die soon. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I am saying is it's important to live life for yourself and not for anyone else. And it's okay that you don't know what you want to do, because I honestly don't know what to do either. Completely. I don't know. Does any of that make sense?
It does. I just don't know what I want.
It's okay, me either. We can figure this out.
Well, how is it supposed to be what I want if I need somebody to help me figure it out?
I don't know. That's a really good question, actually, because like I said, I'm in the same boat. So you're incredibly gifted with arcane magic. Are you happy doing that? Does it bring, what has been bringing you joy I don't know, in general? Doesn't even have to be the past month. What has brought you joy? Music, arcane magic, books, I don't know, anything. What is inspiring you? Art?
Right now, winning is. Whenever I get in those lanes and I win, I feel so good. I'm so happy.
Good, that's something. So you're very competitive. I mean, same, but I think you're probably more competitive than me. What about winning is bringing you that joy? Like, because like maybe if we figure out what that is, we can expand upon that and see how that can fit in every aspect of your life and not just when you're, dueling with someone.
When I win, for that small moment, I have control. In that small moment, when they're on the ground and I'm standing over them, I control the situation. I have control in that moment. And it seems like with everything else, I don't have any control. I can't control when you leave or when you go. And not that I even want to, because it's your life. You should be able to live it. You shouldn't be worrying about what your little sister wants you to do, because that's stupid. You are living your own life. Like I don't get to control that. And I don't want to.
I think we figured it out. You don't feel like you don't feel like you have necessarily control over yourself, your choices, your life.
With my life, no. Myself, what I do, it was a choice for me to stay here. And that felt good.
Okay. So this is what we need to do. It's going to be hard because I know you're younger, but we need to tell mom and dad that they need to let us have control over our lives. Fully. Because I know personally I've been living not for myself. And a part of that was out of my control. And it's not necessarily that they don't, technically they haven't stopped us from anything in particular, but it's the disappointment, letting them down, the want of their approval that has stopped me, that has been controlling me. I feel like you can relate to that, but correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I can. I can.
And she'll take her hand. It's really easy to run away from these things. It's really easy to hide from these things. But I know you want to control your life. You can have that. We can have that. But it's not, unfortunately, we're going to have to work for it and work with our family to have the life that we want. Or we'll have to walk away. Because we do have control over our lives. And that's something I am really struggling with, because I feel like I need to fix this. Not just you and me and you and Dad, but me and Mom and me and Dad and the whole thing. And I know it's not technically my responsibility, but we both have to work on letting things go and letting things be for the sake of ourselves.
So you're telling me it's okay if I let go? If it means I'll be happy?
Is that what you want?
I don't know, but I've tried holding on. I tried for so long to just hold on so tight to Mom and Dad and you. And then when you left, it was only them. And then as soon as I let go of Mom by staying here, I felt better.
You have felt better? You don't seem like you're doing better.
Because I feel conflicted. Because what if the best thing I can do for myself is to let go of the only thing I've ever known? It's like I'm standing over a ledge and I could jump and it could be 400 feet or it could be 5 feet and I don't know. Do I let go? Do I move on?
I think, personally, we don't have to let go. I think Mom and Dad are gonna get it. Unfortunately, I think it's because they've been slapped in the face with aggressive reality. I don't think you have to let go. I was fully prepared to let go of Dad today. That is what I went into his office today intending to do. And it wasn't exciting. It wasn't fun. It wasn't thrilling, anything. I was very sad. But if he couldn't be what I needed, then I did need to let him go. But I think they will be. I think we need to try this again. I think we need another chance. All of us. I think we've been playing this dollhouse perfect life. Tatianas are amazing. Everyone wants to be us, and everyone wants to, well, not everyone wanted to be my friend, but that's okay. Everyone wanted to be our friend or something, you know? And I'm done with the dollhouse. I am letting that go. I'm not letting go of you. I'm not letting go of Mom. And at this time, I'm not letting go of Dad. Because at the end of the day, I want a relationship, a good relationship with everyone. But I needed to know that I need to make myself proud. I need to prioritize myself. But that doesn't mean I have to toss away these relationships. Only if they are getting in the way of my happiness. Then you can toss them. I really think, I know Mom definitely is heartbroken with you not being home, and she's unsure of how to fix everything because she didn't understand what was going on with Dad. But now that Dad is actually himself and not some creepy, dark being disguised as him, I really think it's worth it to talk to him. Because I think he gets it now.
You can see as you're kind of like holding onto her hand across the table, she is holding onto yours too, and you can see her look at you for a moment and sort of nod. And then she looks past you out the terrace to where the sunset is, and you see her eyes go wide for a second in a moment of panic, and she's, oh shit, I'm gonna be late. Oh shit, I can't.
For what?
I got a job. I don't want Dad to pay for everything anymore, so I got a job to pay for things, and I'm going to be late. I forgot that I
What's
work
your
tonight.
job?
I've become. I work with archiving, and I work with the library and with the vault, moving papers around.
Well, that's good because I'm actually headed that direction. So let's just wrap up things here and then we can go together.
Okay, all right. Okay. And she's gonna get up, and she's gonna immediately after you pay, she's gonna start like speed walking there.
Okay, look, like they'll be fine if you're like 5 minutes late, dude. Chill out.
No, it's just they're really punctual, and my mind's been so scattered lately. It's just been really hard to make sure I do everything on time, and I can't.
Well, do you like this job?
I do. I do. It helps me stay organized. It helps me stay on top of things. Like I feel in control when I'm just moving papers from side to side. I get to determine where things go, where things are organized, and it feels nice. I do like it. I just forget sometimes that it's something I have to do.
What? Forget that something is... Don't you do it like every night, probably? Or how often do you work?
No, I work twice a week. But I work
Okay.
long hours twice a week. I work about 8 or 9 hours.
At night?
Yeah, it's the only time that I have.
No, it's not. You were free earlier. Why don't you get these hours changed? It's super fucking weird. Don't you need sleep?
I do sleep. Between classes.
Well, that's probably why the studies are... maybe you had a little bit of that harder spot. This is really funky sleep schedule. But, I mean, if you like it, let's make sure you get this job, but you should talk to them about different hours. Like, your schoolwork should come first. I mean, obviously, if that's something you still want to do.
Yeah. And she nods. Alrighty. So, with that, the two of you head towards the library in the vault.
Yep.
Okay. Alrighty. So, you follow her until eventually you arrive in the library. And you can see that she makes her way towards Gregor. And Gregor says, just on time, Belle. Very good to see you. Just in time for your shift. Glad you weren't late again today. And you can see Belle says, I'm so sorry, Gregor. I promise I'll... No, you're on time, Belle. Nothing to worry about. All right? Of course. Okay. Is everything okay down there? Am I good to head down? No, of course. Make sure to get into your uniform, and I hear they've got quite the night set out for you. All right? Okay. And she'll turn back to you, Lila, and say, you can come down if you want to help me, or if you have other things you need to do, you can do that too.
No, I'm here with you tonight. Okay.
Okay. She smiles at that. And
I hope the uniforms are cute, though.
oh no, they're kind of awful. They're all gray, and they're heavy, and they're wool, and they're fuzzy, and they're scratchy, and there's this big chain necklace you have to wear. It's awful.
Chain neck? What?
Yeah.
We need to fix this. They're gonna get way more workers if their outfits are cute. Oh my god.
Gregor puts his hands up and he's like, I'm not responsible for that. You got to take that up with the vault master.
Believe me, I will. Ugh, atrocious.
Okay. So you head down with Belle, and she changes into the uniform, which is large, overlapping gray robes with this large chain link necklace that she wears around her shoulders. Yeah, it's very awful. And
I mean, Lila will also change just to look the part. She doesn't want to be the only one in her beautiful dress.
So yeah, you change, and you can tell that there's definitely a mood change when she gets here. She is happier. She's working, and she is... You can see the job she does. All she does is whenever there are items that are turned in, it's up to her to organize them alphabetically in the date of their arrival, to double check the names and times that those people had checked them in. And she is told what spot those items are put in the vault, and then she needs to put them in the corresponding filing area for that item with respect to who the person was that brought them off, what the item was, what type of item it was, how dangerous the item was. Like, there's all of these variables.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that she's just going through it. And with your help, the two of you are just tag teaming this. And it's mentally very taxing for you, Lila.
Sure, yeah.
But you can tell that this is something she likes because she is, in this moment, she's in control. She gets a stack of papers. She's able to organize them. She's able to set them off and put them in the right area and then organize them again.
Nice. When there's maybe a slower moment that comes, since she deals with all this stuff, Lila will ask, okay, so actually I do have a question that you might be able to help me out with, since you do all this like organization.
Yeah.
So if there is maybe, from my understanding, like an extremely powerful blade down here, and given everything that I just told you with like the Dark One and the 13, we were just wondering who found that artifact and would bring it down here. Can you find that? Because that could be a link to another person we need to investigate and see. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. I think I know which one you're talking about. Let's see. Sometimes when I get bored and I finish my work early, I like to look through the really, really powerful, really scary stuff because I like to see if I can find a story about that item in the library that people say is fictional, and then I know that it's not. Then I know it's real, which is kind of fun.
That's fun.
And she'll open up a few, specifically on blades, going through them, and finds one. Is it? So let's see. The Blackfire blade. Cut in sore. Okay. So properties unidentifiable, requires attunement. Weapon is sentient, so experimentation wasn't possible. Very deadly, very powerful. Requires to be locked down with sovereign chains, 4 anti-magic fields. Let's see. And then she flips through a couple different pieces of paper. Oh, here we go. It was turned in about 150 years ago. And it was turned in by a man by the name of Solvis Immeril.
Okay. That makes sense. That could be a good or a bad thing.
Do you know him?
Yes, not as well as my friends. Very powerful wizard. I briefly really got to interact with him. And explaining the whole, reminding her of the Cassius moment. She'll be like, that was the strong wizard that did that, and we're gonna go save him.
Oh.
But
do you... And you see her kind of have a moment. Can I... So you're going to go to the Astral Sea and you're going to save this man.
Yeah.
Okay. This man who is a really powerful mage.
Incredibly, yes.
Specifically arcane magic.
Mm-hmm.
Who is somebody that, when you save, you probably will be around you a lot and can teach arcane magic?
He actually is a teacher, if I remember correctly, yeah.
And you see her kind of perk up.
Do you want to come?
I mean, I've never been on a boat before, let alone a boat in the Astral Sea, but...
Me either.
Oh. I mean, if the rest of your friends are okay with it, I don't want to be the kid who cramps your style, but
You're the same age as Twig. Actually, you might be like a year older. Belle, family is so important. The only thing that would keep me from bringing you with me is because it's so dangerous. But I feel like keeping you stuck somewhere that you feel so alone and lost is almost like a death sentence itself. It's dangerous. You are incredibly powerful. So if this is something you want, there is no reason I'm going to stand in your way. I will do everything in my power to protect you like I've been protecting everyone else. It scares me a little bit to bring you along just because I love you. And she'll like push some hair behind her ear. But I'd rather you live a life that you're excited about than feeling stuck and trapped. Because I know that feeling.
I want to talk to Mom and Dad about it, but if they're okay with it, then I think I want to come with you.
Okay. It's gonna be a really taxing and difficult journey, okay? It's been a lot on me. But I have good people. We will have good people with us.
She nods. I mean, obviously I know that it really is not, there's really no correlation at all, but I mean, school's really easy, and if life's really hard, then it should kind of, shouldn't be that bad, right? Most people think school's hard, and it's easy for me, so if...
school's easy.
And, oh, okay, so it's going to be hard, that's for sure then, okay.
It's going to be really hard.
But no, I've been coasting for so long, just doing things passively, just because I can. I haven't really putting forth effort because I don't really need to, but maybe if something challenged me, I could... It could help me find that purpose.
It helped me. Yeah. I'll talk to you about that later, because I need to talk to everybody about it anyway. But... yeah. I think it was really good for me. Though, I swear to God, there's nothing I can say to prepare you. It's gonna be really fucking hard and really fucking scary sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I've read books about what's in the Astral Sea.
No, you don't get it. I haven't even been to the Astral Sea and I'm scared shitless, so it's just, I almost grew a beard.
Oh my God, ago. Really?
Yeah.
No. Oh no. Oh no. And you see, she touches her cheek.
Yeah.
Lila, I don't know if I can go anymore.
I
don't know if I can go anymore.
I don't know either. It's really, and I know that's like the less big thing, because I was actually turning into a werewolf thing.
See, but honestly though, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, my eyes were kind of like this pretty gold color.
Ooh.
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
I prefer the lilac, but...
Of course, but like imagine if you could just kind of like, without the beard, imagine if you could just kind of be a werewolf. Wouldn't that be like really cool, honestly?
It kind of would. It was very horrible. I've been through so many physical changes too. Just like this one, like, seer lady, that pull like seas into the weave or whatever. I turned into winter mist colors for chaos reasons. I don't know.
Oh.
It was crazy.
So as the two of you continue to have this conversation, is there anything else that you wanted to bring up to Belle before she continued on with her work, or was that it?
No, but she will like slyly say, "So you're not feeling well? Seems like you're feeling fine now. Just pointing that out."
I mean, yeah, I'm excited.
I meant earlier when you tried to run away from me because you said you had a stomach ache. Liar.
I wasn't lying. It's
No, it's okay. I'm just picking on you because I love you.
okay. I love you too.
Look, I'm still myself. Just because you come on a cool trip with me doesn't mean I'm going to change.
We might need to set some boundaries then. Okay. All right. So, with that, we cut from there to our members within the library. So, as the group of you are within the library, is there anything in particular that all of you are looking for in here? I would say at this point, it's well before Lila and Belle show up, but you still have the option to look for things and start reading if there's anything in particular you're looking for. So, as you enter, as you begin to head towards the tomes, the books, the anything, is there anything in particular you may be looking for?
Yorick has two things. Oh, you first.
Okay,
Gemma.
go. Oh, fuck off. Okay. I think a lot of what Twig will be looking for now, because she and Lila have plans. Twig just wants to do, because this is like, a big library, we had the whole spiel. She wants to, of course, just look for anything that's going to help us, obviously going to the Astral Sea, because that's going to be big, scary, don't know anything about that. True. But she also wants to do just general reading, just to see what this place has about the foresters, about Hasman's Hollow specifically. And attached to that, she wants to, even if it won't help her, she would just like to spend time, reading about any other, stories about, fixing corruption in the land and all that. Not necessarily looking for things, but just, being like, other people have done this as well. This is not as scary. And, yeah, and also, just general, I guess, court manners and that kind of shit, because now Finn gets a night book. Why don't I get a lady book? It's not fair.
Get a lady book.
But yeah, I want a lady book.
Okay. Alrighty. Real quick, that was 4 things.
Yeah, sorry. That's why I was just I hated that Ryan didn't. I've got most of it written out. I'll just send it to you.
Okay, yeah. Type it out. That'll make it easier.
I also type mine out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have more than one? Sorry, I was getting messages asking about pirating, and I
have 3.
I got distracted.
But I
3,
also know
okay.
Ryan has some too.
Yeah, type them out to me since there's 3, and send those to me. Ryan, what are your questions?
Well, I only have 2. Do you want them typed out? They're pretty simple. They're pretty simple.
2. Yeah, type them out just so I don't forget them. Because what we'll do is we'll kind of weave them all together here, and we'll kind of go from person to person.
All right, someone say something while we're all typing, so there's not just
So
dead air.
as you're walking into the library, you can see that.
Still do Lila and Belle. You just keep revving.
No. As you go into the library, you can see, as you're all debating on where to go, you can see there's a table with 4 people sitting at it. Most of them seem to be in their teenage years, maybe students of the school. Granted, their clothing doesn't necessarily lead you to believe that's true. You see 2 individuals wearing what looks to be navy blue and white clothing and tunics. One girl, one guy, and then another girl wearing light greens and browns, and then another young guy, maybe 13 or 14 years old, wearing oranges and yellows with a shaved head. And those 4 are sitting at that table. They're discussing things, trying to figure something out. You're not sure what. You can't quite overhear them. One of the things you're definitely positive of is the girl wearing the greens and browns. Her eyes have this cloudy white color to them, leading you to believe that she's blind.
Okay, Joe. This is Avatar. All right.
Did I vamp long enough?
My stuff.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So then my question to my question to all of you is, because all of you have layered questions, do you want me to type these out and send these to you later so you can easily reference them during the game? Or would you prefer I sort of verbally go through them now?
Verbally go through them. I can write it down.
Okay. I'm just, because for some of these there's
Yeah, I'll say for mine especially, like, I'm very happy for it to just be written down shit, because I'm just wanting general shit, just to, like, justify knowing things later, you know?
for sure.
Hopefully. I don't know.
So what I'll do is I think that
I mean, if it just makes it easier, you could just write everybody's answers out.
it really, honestly, it makes it just a little bit more difficult because then I have to type it out, which isn't a big deal, but like, I just want the information to be easily available to all of you. So I think what I'm going to do is, because I think it'd be interesting, specifically the Astral Sea stuff for Gemma, and let's see. I think, honestly, I think that's the only one that I'll just type and send to you. So that way Twig can just like, because I think it'd be funny if Twig can just bring up that shit. You know, she sees something, she's like, yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah.
I think that's funny. The rest of these we can do verbally.
She's
though.
a ranger. She's meant to be helping with the exploration.
Yeah,
part of
yeah,
things,
exactly.
So she doesn't know shit about this terrain.
Space Ranger.
There you go. Twig is Buzz Lightyear. Change my mind. Okay.
Good share socks.
All right. So with that, we'll the first thing that we'll do is we'll do Lady Book, because you got the emoji there. So Lady Book, Twig, as you're going through the different sections of the library, and are all of you kind of spreading out looking for your things and coming back to one central table?
Yeah.
Probably.
That
We'll
only
have
makes
our
sense.
rats out, her little library rats.
Okay, so
Scooting around.
yeah, makes things a lot easier to find. For those of you that would like, there are also help desks located all around the library that will do that for you if you don't have your own personal library rats to use. Which makes
Yeah, I
fun-
don't. I don't.
Yorick will do that.
Yeah, man, I don't got rats. I mean,
Yorick and Nalfian walk over to a help desk and
Left us
say,
up.
"Got any rats?" All right.
Cool.
Got any grapes? Okay, so thanks. The two of you head to the help desk. Twig, you start looking on your own, which explains why you find the lady books first. So within the lady books, you can see that you're able to find two. Same as how you found two books for an Iverion knight and a Tarkirian knight within the College of Hearthcrest. You're able to find two different books over the behavior of nobility, divided up into two halves, to sort of male identifying and female identifying. But not for Tarkir and Iverion, but for Eridane and for Calderaz. So two opposite ends of the continent. Or not of the continent, two at opposite ends of the world. So you're able to find both. So if you'd like, you can take both to read more about the ladies of Calderaz in case you ever end up going there.
I mean, should take anything and everything, man.
Okay. So for ladies specifically within Eridane, the best things that you can do is a general air of politeness, right? To never talk down upon another lady or to condescend. You should always be striving to make amends or to found peace as opposed to war. And you can see a lot of these are sort of broken up into a lot of these flipping back and forth between the different halves of the book. Most of them are the same for men and women within the book. One of the things that it does talk about with an Eridane is specifically attire. and the sort of pageantry that goes along with it. It talks about the representation of either your house's color or symbol must be proudly displayed on whatever piece of clothing you're wearing. And if not, you need to have a standard bearer who follows you around, proudly presenting those colors and or symbol. Another important thing for the ladies of Eridane is, or just nobility of Eridane in general, is to make sure that after any conversation that you have, especially a conversation that could possibly get a little tense between two rival houses, to offer to send them a missive to their house or some type of emissary or even some type of gift to their keep, their capital, their city, to smooth over any rough edges that may have been found during the conversation. That's kind of the big thing. So if things get tense at the end of the conversation before you go away, offer to send a gift to hopefully smooth that over. That is a noble's way of saying no hard feelings for the conversation got a little tense. The next part on top of that is if things do get tense, never resort to anger, aggression, or sort of like straw man name calling, anything like that, right? If you're going to get in a political debate with another noble, make sure that you are using factual information and it doesn't come to a name calling competition. For Eridane specifically, those are definitely the big things. Make sure you're either wearing the color so you have the symbol. Make sure to offer a gift if things get tense. And if you have a debate, make sure it doesn't devolve into aggressive screaming and yelling. Mm-hmm. Oh, there is one more thing that if another noble challenges you to a duel to the death for whatever reason, you can use a champion. You can call upon, it's your divine right as a ruler to call upon a champion to defend you.
Sick. I've seen Hamilton. I know his scars. It'd be great.
Is he breathing? Sorry.
Is he breathing? Is he going to survive this? Oh no, sorry, that's not his line. Where is my son? There you go, that's his line. All right.
Where's my knight?
Where is my knight? Who did this? Twig, do you know?
Okay, we're done.
All right. Lila coming in.
Hi, Pity.
Nelthian. Twig, I'm so sorry for forgetting what you told me.
New Bossman play? Huh?
In Hardcrest.
Remember, William Bosserman will be here.
Why don't we audition?
Say fucking less.
Joe
Anyway,
or the
sorry,
wheels
Joe.
turning?
Yeah, I'm excited for the musical episode. I will say, just as Twig kind of is finishing up the Eridane lady book as she goes to read the nobility for Calderaz. In Calderaz, there is no distinction. There's no difference between what you do as a lady and what you do as a sir. There, it is just rules for everybody. The biggest difference in those rules is the standard in Calderaz is there is no champion. If you challenge somebody to a duel, you better be ready to wield that weapon yourself if you think that it's worth going that far for. The only distinction the book makes is that within the nation of Cartasia, they're a peaceful nomad nation, so they don't fight. They don't respect those rules. They would, I mean, if you attack them, they just, they'll defend themselves, but they'll never accept a duel in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Moving on from there. We'll come back to the Forester stuff and cleansing land shit. Let's go to Yorick. Let's see. Which one is Yorick looking for first?
I mean, he's got to do the more important one, which is number one.
Okay. Okay. So you tell the clerk that you're looking for information on Azrio, and the clerk kind of says, okay, yeah, let's see what we have. And he'll begin casting the spell, and eventually the rats pop up, and you can see there are 2 rats that fly off in 2 separate directions. And he says, you'll find the 2 books in those 2 directions. They'll be glowing green.
Oh, sick. Thanks.
Of course.
You will head right. Just choose the right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You head right, and you find the first book that you find is on the different deities within the world of Illica outside of the divines. So this will talk about perceived deities or actual like powerful beings that exist outside of the realm of the Celestia or the Hells or the Abyss.
Okay.
And within this book, there is a section on Azrio. Azrio is under the divine creatures section, or divine entity. So it's not seen as a betrayer entity or an evil entity. It is seen as a divine and good entity within the realm of this book, right? Within the vacuum here. What's written about Azrio in this book is that the people of Macavia are very devout worshippers to this entity, to Azrio. And the thing that is interesting that pops out to you almost immediately, Yorick, is inside this book, it actually talks about how even before the assimilation and homogenization of the cultures within Macavia, most cities, most baronies, most nations, most things that existed within Macavia before it was homogenized, in some form or another, worshipped a deity by the name of Azrio, or a deity very similar in appearance and way of worship. It makes the distinction in the book that only the mountain cultures closest to the wild wastes or the demon wastes were not a part of the worshipping of this entity.
Interesting.
So,
Pretty much all go on,
I was just gonna say that's pretty much what that book has to offer, because it's like a quarter of a chapter about Azrio, and that's generally what you get.
Okay. Then he would go to the next one.
Okay. The next one that you find is a more definitive version, the book off to the left, of what the history of Macavia. And this book has been updated rather recently, considering the new developments between Tarkir and Macavia. Reading through, the thing that's difficult about this book is the beginning of Macavia seems to be something that not very many people know about. This historian extrapolates a lot, and they make a lot of assumptions, which they themselves have several footnotes about throughout the opening chapters. But generally, what this historian in particular believes happened, which isn't Serlina Farron, I'll stress that right now. Yeah. What this historian assumes is that there was some type of exterior influence from another nation, or even from the demon waste. There was some type of attack that fell upon Macavia, right? That sort of section of Eridane. And people started to panic because nations and cities were falling and they weren't united. So in that capital, Azkaraz, the very bottom one in the sort of bay there, starting from there, these brilliant soldiers, like literally brilliant, like as in sunlight, soldiers marched from the temple and started going from city to city to city to city, killing whatever enemies were there, and then moving on. And then shortly after those soldiers came through, then the sort of priests and bishops and cardinals of the Church of Osrio would come through, and they would tell them that they were saved by the brilliant flame, creating this long-standing effect of religious fervor and belief, this extra strong belief. And these brilliant soldiers were never seen again after that point, but seem to have not mattered, because after that point, Macavia strengthened so much. They were a nation larger than almost any other nation in the world, with a population far greater than any other nation in the world, because of how much they assimilated. So you're reading all of that, right? And the thing that still is digging at you is those soldiers. Now, there's one other reference to creatures very similar, to beings very similar, and it is during the section about the war against Tarkir that happened very recently. Within that section of the book, it does discuss how within the capital city of Oz-Karaz, after the after the war had concluded, and after the emperor and the advisors had been burned, something Yorick would be very familiar with, those creatures were seen again, except they were drawn and quartered, and they were put up for display at the Temple of Osrio. And as far as Yorick would have heard when that happened, most likely most people would have assumed those were the bodies of the advisors. Yorick having never seen them, or anybody from the mountains having ever seen them. But this historian states that due to the description of the creatures the size of giants, some 12 or 14 feet tall, with bodies of molten rock and light that had dimmed significantly, being hung, he believes that there's no other rational explanation than those creatures were servants of Osrio, and something happened to those creatures or to Osrio that caused that to happen. But the historian, having not be there, having just trying to like collect third-party accounts and trying to get the most truth they can, that is about as much as they have for it. But it definitely looks odd, that specifically.
Interesting. Okay, much to think about with that.
Yeah. Okie dokie. All right. Nalfian. Unless you had any questions or any clarifications on anything, Yorick.
No, I think that was all as pretty much straightforward as I'm going to get, I assumed. Yeah, interesting. So, no, I think I'm okay. If I have questions, I'll just message you later, but right now I'm okay.
Okay, alrighty. So, Nalfian, which one do you want to do first?
Wow. Wait, sorry. Let's go with the first one and the very last one. I think kind of go hand in hand. Okay,
yeah.
I guess specifically the Green Lady tournament.
Yeah,
and that is information on the Green Lady.
That's a very good question. So that's the question you ask, and there is one book within this library that talks about the tourneys and ceremonies dedicated to the Green Lady every midsummer. The attendant points you in that direction, and you follow the rat as the book is glowing a dull blue.
I'll grab it.
Okay. As you begin to read, you can see that the Festival of the Green Lady has been happening almost since the founding of the nation of Tarkir, long ago. So there have been, at least recorded, recorded there have been about 400 of these annual ceremonies that have happened. 400.
Wow.
And who knows how many before that. This is just when they started being recorded. And every year the ceremony has gotten bigger and grander, and it has become so much more than what it ever was at the beginning of the festival. The thing is, Nalfian, there are, of the 400 festivals, of the 400 knights chosen, only 2 knights have ever received their wishes. Right, because that is that's the thing, right?
Right.
You can win the tourney, you can gain the favor of the Green Lady, but then if your wish doesn't follow those rules, then you don't get that wish.
Right.
And
Could I have a reminder as to what the rules were, right? It has to be like a completely selfless wish, right?
yes,
I guess intentionally selfless, because, I guess I don't know if anything is ever, like semantics or semantics.
yeah. Okay, let me.
If you don't have them right now, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to. I think I can find it pretty easy, but I just gotta find it. That's the thing.
No worries. I mean, you can keep giving me this information, and we can get that later.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is the. Wait a minute. Why'd that do that? Okay, that was weird. There it is. Okay. So, and the thing is one of those rules I do know is you can't ever tell anybody what that wish is. Okay, yes, here we go. These are the 3 stipulations. I told you I'd find them. Your wish mustn't serve you alone. Your wish must be what you want most in the world, and you must never tell anyone what you wished for if you do, your greatest fear will consume you.
Cool.
Yeah, those are the 3 stipulations.
Huh. Got it.
Okay. So, those are the 3 stipulations, and there have only ever been, like I said, 2 knights that have ever received that honor. One was around 250 years ago. And the other was about 5 years ago.
Okay. Did they mention their names or like what they wish? Oh, of course, it doesn't mention what they wish for. Does it mention who they were, like what house they represented? Sorry.
Yes, yeah. It mentions Sir Yvonne the Bold. So
Yvonne the
yes.
Bold. Okay.
She was a knight from Tarkir. And she had gained quite a bit of fame for her fighting during the War for the Breach, which was the war that consumed Tarkir. The same one where Macavia invaded. So she was a renowned leader in those months during that war, leading a retinue of soldiers behind enemy lines and sort of draining forces so that way people in different villages could escape the coming attacks. So Sir Yvonne the Bold.
That was the 250 years ago or 5 years ago?
That was 5 years ago.
Okay. Thank you.
Then the other would have been Let's see. Sir Arthur the Shield.
All right, so Nalfia needs a nickname, essentially. Is what you're telling me. That's the key to this.
That's how you get worthy enough.
Knowing Twig would be like Sir Nalfian the raccoon or some shit.
The Doofencockle.
Sir Nalfian the Doofencockle.
Fuck all of you.
A Doofencockle must be like a plumbus, you know, like.
Oh.
Sir Arthur the Shield, he received his fame, where he was actually, this is worth noting, where Sir Arthur, this is very strange. Sir Arthur received his award posthumously, and his wish posthumously, where he sacrificed himself, and then the soldiers that were under his service, brought his ashes before the Green Lady, and he was deemed the most worthy knight.
That's so wholesome.
And his wish was
Nalfian should
granted,
die.
whatever it was.
I have a funny feeling.
Damn, could you imagine? Oh.
Okay. I like that.
Mhm.
Wow, that gives us some fucking high standards. Nalfian is like starting to think back about that conversation he had with Lila about deserving a fucking star. These guys deserve a fucking star.
Maybe
So
one of them is, and we'll discover it. Ooh.
Yeah.
And talk and get advice from them.
Yes,
Oh.
talking to stars. do, star talking. Do. I'm done. Sorry.
Does it say anything about the Green Lady herself and like?
yeah, so it does talk a little bit about the Green Lady, where for the most part, what it speaks of is assuming that she is some type of a highly powerful archfey. But
that checks out.
Yeah, an archfey specifically that has a great love for humanoids and the inhabitants of the material plane. One of the things that is incredibly apparent is during that festival, for the next several months after midsummer, before eventually the fall and winter comes, the crops all around the area are incredibly fertile. There's almost double or triple yields on crops and produce during that time, where it seems as though even though these people come and do things for the Green Lady to try and gain her favor, it's already pretty easy to assume that she already has a great deal of love and respect for the inhabitants of the material plane. And just by the way that she treats them, and the fact that she leaves the Feywild once every year to expunge so much of her power for the inhabitants of this plane, that speaks a lot about her character, and probably about the characteristics that she admires in people as well.
Very selfless acts.
Mm-hmm.
What it?
Mm-hmm. That's so cool. All right, so that's generally what you read on the Green Lady and on the festivals and on the 2 knights that have had their wishes granted.
Cute.
Oakley dokley. All right, Twag. Move back, unless there were any questions, Nalfian.
Nope.
All right. Twig, you do reading on the Foresters.
Keep dumping this lore on us, Joe.
That's what the
Love
next,
It's a marathon.
this
We
next
appreciate
20
you.
minutes is.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, so Twig, what you read on the Foresters, you find 4 books that deal with the Foresters, okay? 3 of those books has information you already know, but it's nice to feel validated on a lot of the information you already know in regards to the founding of House Forester, right? The hero who sailed and planted all those trees. Then on top of that, the sort of fall, the corruption that encroached, and then the sort of vague musings of what House Forrester was good at when they were impactful, right? Communing with nature. They were seen as a peaceful political nation to deal with the border issues or disputes that would come up between Tarkir and Iverion, right? They were on that border before eventually part of their forest was set aflame and is now Isan the Lore. So that stuff is all things that you know for the most part, but there is something new you read in one of these books that talks specifically about the founding of certain houses and something that is paired with one of the other books. So between two books about the fall of House Forrester and between another book about the founding of House Forrester, you are able to extrapolate these two things. Or this thing. I don't know, it's a long thing, all right? So just hang with me here, okay? So during the founding of House Forrester, there was an advisor that existed for House Forrester. Okay, they were a druid. They were somebody who actually assisted with the planting and cleansing of that land, the planting of those trees, the cleansing of that land, in an effort to help that hero, that Forrester, found this nation, right? So they helped him in the growing of the natural forest, and they were so passionate about preserving the natural life that existed there, especially the fungi that existed there, and that was obsessively so. But one day, the nobles of House Forrester decided they no longer needed such a kind soul and natural guardian, so they cast her out. And she laid a curse upon these lands before she was sealed far away from them. And with the birth of the current queen's great-great-granddaughter, the fungi that was there would come to life, infect the land, and destroy the house that was so kind. And destroy the house that was pretty much abusing this nature that their home was built upon. And the odd thing is, Twig, as you're reading it from that perspective about this druid that spent so much of their life and their effort to try and fix this place, that lived for so long to try and make things better, as you finish the book and you sort of set it down looking at the knowledge that you gained, you see that the book was written by a very familiar name, Serlina Farron.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make sure to not put that back on the shelf because I feel like we're like locking away all of Serlina's books, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bad,
Correct.
bad.
Yes. So the thing is, you know that part of that story lines up. You're able to find out that there was a druid individual who assisted greatly in the beginning steps of House Forrester in some way. But then in Serlina's book, it is so positive, and House Forrester is so evil. But in any other book that you read about House Forrester is the kind, noble, diplomatic house that tries to make everybody happy in any given situation. So you discover that.
PR problem.
That is, yeah, that's quite the issue, isn't it? All right. So that's what you find out from that book specifically. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Yorick.
Yeah.
My question to you is
I'm glad how that's starting off.
When you go back after reading the two books you found to the clerk, how do you describe this situation with your second question?
Man.
What are you asking him to look for?
Why you gotta phrase it like that? So York's just like, hey man, like, or is it a girl? I don't know. Like, yeah.
It's a guy. It's a guy.
All right, like, hey friend, just
Yeah. Yes.
yeah, you got any books on like symbols and stuff and like their meaning and like things they're associated with and shit like that? Sorry, stuff they're associated with.
Yeah. We have books on symbols, like arcane symbols.
No, more like organizations, like clubs and things like that. Orders.
Clubs and organizations.
Yeah.
On organizations, I'm pretty sure we do. And you can see he casts the spell. 3 spectral rats appear in his hand, and he says, organizations of, and he kind of covers the rat's ears, of Illica, of the world?
Good question. Would it help if I had the symbol? Would that help?
Oh, I think so.
Okay. Yorick will pull out the coin and show it to him.
Okay. He shows the rats the coins. The
Okay,
rats.
I'll show the rats.
The rats look at the coins, they nod, and they start running off in separate directions. Well, okay. And you can see he makes a nod. Let's see. There is one book that has that symbol. Oh, I'm sorry. It's in the restricted section of the library.
Okay. I mean, we came with, Lila Tatiana. Does that do anything for me?
Tatiana. Oh.
Yeah. Her dad owes me a favor. You can call him.
Do you have some type of official statement or written piece of...
Do I? I assume I do.
No, you don't.
No. No, I don't. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't. But I do know her.
Okay. Go ahead and make a persuasion check for me.
All right. Oh, of all the times to roll it at 20, that's the one. Yes. So that is where are you? 33.
Okay. 33. You can see he kind of nods and is like, okay. Okay, listen, I'll go get the book. So I have access to the restricted section, and you can read it right here, and then I'll go put it back after you're done.
Yo, that seems fair. Like it won't even leave your sight. Yeah. Cool. I'm good with that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Thanks, bud.
No problem. And he goes off, and several minutes later, he comes back from the restricted section with a large old tome.
Wow.
And he sets it down on the ground, and there's this like puff of dust that comes up from it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot worse than I thought it would be.
Yeah. Oh, it's in my mouth.
Yeah, that's awful.
I don't have a helmet on.
Oh, I'm sorry. It'll be stuck in there forever now. But
God.
this is what the rats found. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, happy reading.
You. I'll try to be quick. I don't want to get you in trouble. And he'll start just flipping, looking for the symbol.
Okay. So flipping through one after another, after another, after another. Eventually, by the time that you get to the back of the book where you're starting to lose hope looking through symbols,
Of course, it's in the back.
Eventually, the last page of the book, you can see that symbol. And the page underneath the symbol is blank.
Yorick just flips the page over to see if there's anything on the back of it.
Nope. Flip it over. Nothing on the back.
Flip it back. Flip it over. Flip it back. Flip it over. Flip it back. Nothing?
Nope. Nothing.
All right. I don't think this is going to work, but why not? Using my helmet, I'm going to cast See Invisibility.
As you peer down on the page, casting the spell, the words begin to appear.
Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Not nearly as awful as Dorian with his lemon juice writing. But yes, the words do begin to appear. Sorry, Gemma. Sorry, Felicity. As
I'll be talking about this in our stars.
oh no!
It's your
No!
DMs.
Damn, that's so funny.
Oh
We're
God!
so upset.
Oh God! How will I ever recover from this?
Oh.
So, Yorick, you begin to read, and there's not a lot written here, but there's enough. So you can see that underneath the symbol written in this magically invisible ink, you can see that it is called the Order of the Crimson Lily. So the Order of the Crimson Lily is an organization with no political power, and there is no need for anyone a part of this organization to hold an oath to one another. But its symbol is given to those who have incurred the wrath of the shadow and are strong enough to fight back. It's an order as old as time. And even after that, an order as old as time, an additional note is written that says, who knows, it may be even older.
And that's all it says, and that was an invisible writing?
Mm-hmm.
God damn. What the hell is this thing? Flips the page to the back, nothing on there.
As you flip the page onto the back, there is something additional there
Yes.
that says, welcome.
Oh, that's nice. Huh. And Yorick will just shut the book. Alright. I think I found what I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and he shuts the book and he runs off to put it back in the restricted section.
Hey, and thanks for doing your best to help me. I know there was nothing you could do, but I was very much appreciative of your efforts. Just like giving a nod of like, we will never speak of this again.
Yes, I'm sorry I couldn't get you what you wanted. He runs away.
Yeah, but I'll leave a nice review for your boss.
Thank you. All right.
What a nice guy. Yorick will just walk away.
Okay. All right. Nalfian.
All right. The other one, the poetry and epics, is just something that he can do, that he can like check out if they're allowed to check books out here. But the one that's actually research is the anything on House Bainier and like previous Bainiers that kind of stick out.
Mm-hmm.
He's not expecting to find much, but
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. So you go back and you do receive, oh man. There's, there is one book in particular that does go off with written notation of House Bainier. And you, oh man, I was looking on the wrong page. That's funny. Okay. So, you are able to find it as they give you the book. And it seems as though this book talks vaguely of important entities or individuals from the Underdark. So there is mention of Malice Bainier, for one, of course. Speaking of her cruelty and her malice. Then on top of that, there is also mention of Denon Bainier.
I don't know that name, do I?
No, you do not.
Be a sting.
Denon Bainier is one of the many sons of Malice, but one of the only sons known to walk on the material plane. And there is
Wait, what? Say that again?
He's one of the only Bainir sons that's known to walk on the material plane.
Oh, okay.
So he's known as a very, very powerful sorcerer. But on top of that, there is information that would that led the historian who wrote this book to believe that Denon Bainir was the individual who, there were desert nomads who actually lived underneath the sand in Cartasia and in Calderaz, I mean. They lived there, and they would they would manipulate the sand and earth around them to traverse underneath the sand to avoid the hot blazing sun. And Denon infiltrated these people, and Denon actually, the historian believes, is a vampire.
Interesting.
And spread vampirism throughout these underground mountain dwellers, or these underground sand dwellers. And now it's become such an epidemic within the border region between the Three Kingdoms to the north and Cartasia that almost no travel is done during night, because what happens is people will go there, and if they're walking, their ankles will be grabbed from underneath the sand and they'll be pulled through.
That's fucking gross.
Yeah.
And Nalfian does know, like, vaguely that, like, the weird blood magic his mom does.
Oh, yeah. For
Okay,
sure.
yeah.
For sure. So then the only question is, Nalfian, that you're kind of left with is, where did he get those vampire powers?
Yeah. Interesting. Does it give, like, an age, or...?
No. Well, kind of. So Malice, is obviously, that's a house name that's been around for a while. So
she's been around.
Yeah. Denon, though, that happened around maybe 600-700 years ago.
Yo. Weird. Okay. Not that Nalfia knows he's still around, but Kayla knows he's still around. That's fucking weird.
There is one more name that you do find within this book of note. Specifically within the College of Hearthcrest, you're able to find this name. Click the wrong tab. Oh, God. Oh. Okay. Hate that. This is so much. I'm like tabbing through so many things because there's so much information on different things that I never thought would be like, that would cross-contaminate. So there is one more name that you do find. A man by the name of Elendar Bainir. Now, Elendar, let me go ahead and
I need that spelling dog.
yeah, I got you. There you go. Elendar. Hopefully put that from the right place. So Elendar was around maybe 700 or 800 years ago, to a very similar degree to Denon, but Elendar's impact on the world was much more positive. Elendar left the Underdark, and he even left behind the way that the Bainirs fight. He left it behind because he wanted nothing to do with it. He wanted to forget his old home and try and start a new one. And he did just that, as you read about how he founded a kingdom using his superior fighting skills and masterful diplomacy in the central region of the Salamander Coast, eventually removing the name Bainir and taking the name Damaris.
I see. That's neat.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who's related to them. Oh, okay.
That's not important.
Who could it be?
I should have called my cousin that I didn't know I have until now.
Like-
Haha.
seventh removed or some shit like that.
It's crazy, yeah.
Family's family, baby.
True.
Isn't that funny for everybody though? There are two people who are related to Malice Baynir in this game.
Wild.
Love the malice for a reason. More babes.
Maybe
That's just-
more.
We're all related to malice.
My long lost brother.
What? How'd that happen?
Okay.
We dated in college.
So you discover that in Elfian, and I'd say those are kind of the three names that are written about in here that are worth note. Okie dokie. So you discover that. Anything else?
Nope.
Twang. Okay. This is the last one, I believe. Twig, you find out, trying to find books about people who have cleansed land before. Within the realm of Thrall, the continent of Pylos, but the nation of Thrall, you read a book about an infection that was spread across that land. Something that was sickening not just the people, but the nature as well. And you read about the Thrallian hero who, through the intervention of the gods, but not just that, but through their own initiative, their own strength and knowledge, they were able to begin to reverse said corruption on the land. The big thing for them, though, is while the gods were willing to help, they wanted to make sure that he was strong enough to do it. So there was so much of it that he had to do on his own before finally the gods lifted that weight off of his shoulders after he had done most of the work to prove that he was worthy of such a gift, right? Oh. So on top of that, you do find another book that is about Calderaz. And within Calderaz, a plague that was caused by a mummy king, so to speak. A plague that was put upon the land that caused rivers to turn to blood and locusts to consume entire crops, fields, and people. Which that corruption Twig would immediately set off alarms with what you had heard about Ahriman, the plague of Calderaz, just earlier today. So you got that. And for Ahriman, one of the things that stopped him was there were a group of individuals who moved throughout the land fighting against this affliction. And the thing with these people in particular is these individuals, they never stopped. They never gave up entirely. There are moments in the book where they talk about this group of adventurers and how there were so many times where they didn't think they had a chance. They didn't think that anything they would stop this. But piece by piece by piece, it all started to fall together until eventually they were able to defeat this mummy lord and seal him away deep within the mountains of Calderaz, unable to actually kill him. And you do read that many of the adventurers that attempted to complete that quest, they unfortunately didn't make it to the end. But the thing that you read is that these heroes that sacrificed themselves for something larger than what they were, that did something truly great in stopping such a profound evil. Some of them, it said that they ascended to become the gods themselves. And for others, they ascended and became not just stars, but constellations within the night sky. for the deeds and work they had done. So the reoccurring theme that Twig would be able to recognize is both of those groups of people. They went through so much pain and suffering, the trials and tribulation, but eventually, due to their conviction, them not giving up, they were able to defeat whatever darkness lay in that area and save and cleanse those lands. And eventually those people ascended to great heights, whether it be as deities or as constellations or stars. So yeah, that is what she reads about. Sick indeed.
And now, well, as a complete side note, I really like the idea that none of the Astral Sea shit is going to come out now, but I just have a chance to roll for things and just be like, oh yeah, I read about this.
Well, that's the thing. I think that I'm just going to send you things that I know are going to come up. So that way when you do, you don't even have to roll for it. You can just say, oh yeah, actually, Twig says.
Sick.
I think that'll be fun. Okay. All right. Did I get everyone's... Nalfian, you would be able to check out certain books related to poetry and epics. Specifically related to either those... Actually, roll a D100 for me, just real quick, to see if you find a certain book.
Okay. We did a D100. I'll have to roll it on here, excited. A 53.
53. Okay. All right. Above a 50. That's what I was looking for. There's a 50% chance within the Great Library that has collected information from all over the world, tales from anywhere in the world. You do find a book of poetry that is dedicated to those guardians and protectors of nature. Something
hell yeah.
that, it's obviously very, very big to you. From them being individuals protectors of Grumbar or now Elwyn. Both versions are in here. And just as a fun little throwaway, you do find one poem that was probably written some 400 or 500 years ago about a Sunni the Protector.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And about his great deeds and his connection to, at the time, Grumbar.
Interesting.
Yeah. That was just a silly thing. But, yeah.
Oh, I was taking it seriously. All right.
Okay. So you find that as well as, like I said, you're able to really find a good book for inspiration, finding these protectors of nature. And a lot of these poems that you find in here, they use a lot of imagery and symbolism related to nature. And related to the blooming or dying of flowers or the sort of overgrowth that nature can take and then the cleansing it away or a balance between the two or things like that. There's a lot of imagery related to the natural world.
We're cooking with grease now, baby. Hell yeah.
Heck yeah. Okay. All right. Did we get it all?
Yeah.
Did we get all the lore we wanted?
Well,
I mean, we
that
can
we're gonna get
always-
a
I mean, you can
rest,
always tell us
think.
more. I'll sit here all night, you know. Get ready, but
Yeah,
We already have the tabs
the
open.
answer is yes. The
Okay.
answer is yes.
That you can get in the city or the College of Hearthcrest without going to the next biggest library.
Yes.
Okie dokie. Alrighty. So with that, eventually our companions reconvene late in the evening as all of you share information with one another about what you had found to a degree, depending on what you want to share. You reconvene Lila, you say farewell to Belle for just tonight, or do you want to stay at the college with her tonight?
You know, she might tell him, I'm staying with Belle. It's been hard.
Yeah.
She needs me right now. Yeah.
There's your family.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you will stay in Belle's dorm. That'll be fun.
I've done that with my sister before. So
Yeah.
cool times.
So you will stay with Belle for tonight while the rest of you head back to the Tatiana Tower. As all of you ready to meet each other at the Kingdoms and Castles tourney tomorrow morning. Bright and early, it'll start. Your t-shirts are ready.
Woo.
Twig, you have all the
Yeah.
collectibles and you're ready to win some more. So with that, next week, Kingdoms and Castles tournament, but you're going to have to wait next week for it because that is where we're going to end tonight's session. Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah.
Hell
Holy
yeah.
crap.
For the law.
There you go. Yeah.
Mm,
Congratulations.
spicy lore.
You got it. Bah. All right. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. Hope that you enjoyed. I sure know I did. Be sure to tune in next week for the continuation of the Isles of Iverion this Tuesday for the adventures of the Salamander Coast. And yeah, so thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.